Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons & Dragons. Like that. Before we jump into tonight's episode, we have some quick announcements to get through. First off, we have two fantastic sponsors for tonight's episode. Our good friends for the whole campaign, D&D Beyond, which we'll get to in just a second. And tonight, a recurring friend who's come by to say hi for this episode, our friends at Backblaze. Sam?
Yeah, Backblaze.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, my God.
This time next week, we'll be doing this show in New York City.
Yeah!
New York City!
Get a rope. So I thought I would write Backblaze a New York-style Broadway advertisement to celebrate. Hit it, boys. Dateline, the Big Apple. 42nd Street is buzzing with the latest smash Broadway sensation, Backblaze. The dazzling new musical the Times calls Aces, Keen, the best cloud-based backup storage musical since Cats. Theater critic Yev Brantley raves, all my data, movies, music, and character sheets were copied to a secure location, and that was just Act 1. Dames and fellas alike are shaking a leg to Backblaze on Broadway, with music by Andrew Lloyd Website and Cameron McOrpc. The spectacle features glitzy stars like Data Rivera, Computer Streisand, and the young starlet Angela Lansbury. Backblaze will get your toes tapping with songs like Some Enchanted Upload, I Could Have Backed Up All Night, and I've Grown Accustomed to Her Encryption. Plus, Blaza Manelli and her tap-dancing hard drives. Punky Winkerbean of the New York Daily News hails, I've never seen a closing number where the lead character reinstalls an operating system from a backup disk he received via the mail. I smell Tony. The best part?
Oh, my God.
Tickets are just $5 a month. That's a 5-spot with no gimmicks, add-ons, or gotchas. Go to backblaze.com/critical role to start a free trial and let them know Crit Roll sent ya. Curtain up, light the lights, run, don't walk to Backblaze on Broadway!
Oh, yes.
I like that one of your own shitty puns made you drop the voice entirely.
Sam is my favorite when he's judging his own jokes.
Thank you, Taliesin, for this stunning Broadway style.
Second appearance now in the role.
I feel like someone needs to name a bong Blaza Manelli, by the way.
That's pretty good.
That's a
Yeah.
perfect bong name.
Get to it, critters. And as I mentioned before, thank you again, our friends at D&D Beyond, for being our second sponsor for tonight's episode. We've mentioned before, and we'll say it again, the new Waterdeep Dragon Heist adventure from Dungeons & Dragons that I got to consult on and I'm super proud of is now available on D&D Beyond. You can go to DND. Beyond.com, and we'll guide players from levels 1 to 5. It has a lot of fun events to it and a cool kind of heist kind of rush adventure story. It's really cool. After that, you can also explore the legendary Undermountain dungeon below the city of Waterdeep called the Dungeon of the Mad Mage, which is levels 5 to 20. It's quite a bulky bit, and it's pretty cool. I was just in Seattle a couple days ago at their office, and I got to see some of the stuff that's in the book. And it's pretty badass. I mean, they put out one piece of art that just has like the Mind Flayer pirate captain in one of the stages, which is basically Davy Jones. It's Davy Jones, but he's a Mind Flayer. Right. It's pretty great. But there's a lot of fun stuff in there. I'm excited for you guys to check it out. That will be available for pre-order on dndbeyond.com right now, and will be released November 2nd. So go check it out. Let's see, other announcements to get through. No. Oh, Jesus. It's the 5 golden rings thing. Like you can't resist it. Next week, guys, we are in New York. We are at New York Comic-Con with our live show next Thursday. Tickets are still available. It's at the United Palace in Washington Heights next Thursday, the 4th. They're available now via Ticketmaster. You don't need a badge to the convention to attend. It's completely off-site and a separate entity, so come join us. If you're attending New York Comic Con, be sure to pick up a pre-sale ticket to come meet us at the convention as well. We have panels going on. It's going to be crazy. You can find all the events and information for it at critroll.com/events. We also have a bunch of shows that are all happening now.
Yeah, man.
All developed and put to the test and given creation from our fantastic creative director, Marisha Rill.
Yes, queen.
Marisha. Yeah.
Working her
Our
butt
latest-
off.
So tired.
I know.
Working her butt off.
No. The latest episode of Between the Sheets, starring our fantastic Travis Willingham, aired early this Monday. It was great. It's now available on YouTube. If you didn't get a chance to see it then or subscribe to our Twitch, it's on YouTube now for free.
Go watch it.
Go watch it. It's really great. You get to
Listen to it.
yes, right. Podcast as well. Boom.
Wherever podcasts are valid.
It might get me
Smell
confused
it.
with you just because our voices are so.
It's true. I get that happens all the time. Laura will be the next guest on Between the Sheets next week, so you get to look for that next Monday on
I
twitch.tv/Critical
wonder
Role.
what I said.
Luckily, we recorded it all.
There you go. So that'll be live at 7 p.m. this coming Monday at twitch.tv/Critical Role, or you can watch it on YouTube the following Wednesday. And then our newest show, All Work No Play, these two buggers have returned to
Tomorrow night.
tomorrow night, also at 7 p.m. Pacific, here at twitch.tv/Critical Role. So look for that. It's a continuation of their grand podcast from ages past.
It's special.
So ready.
It's real special.
It's special.
Yep.
We're gonna jump in the chat.
We're gonna jump in the chat.
We're gonna jump in the chat.
That's a good activity.
We're gonna chat in the chat tomorrow night during the show.
Chat. That's,
Jumping in the chat is yeah.
I'm sure that's an old AOL chat room that no one wants to go to. But yes, so tomorrow night, look forward to that. And let's see, merch. Laura, you have some announcements.
Oh my gosh. We have our first Keyleth shirt.
It's out.
It's in the store
out.
right now. There's two styles. We got our sleeves are bullshit shirt. Why don't we have
We
it?
did have one.
Where is it?
48 hours ago.
I still haven't
We'll bring
seen
it up during the break. It's really, really cool. So go check it out at critroll.shop.critroll.com. And you know, there's got one that's sleeveless, that's a girls, and then one that's unisex, that's not as sleeveless. And then we've also got, and those are pre-order. So if you order them, they're gonna ship in like 2 weeks. So that means they're not like sold out immediately. So that's really great for people that want to actually get them. And then we also have our Devon Room apps. And by the way, that Keyfish, it is Keyfish, was designed by Lauren Epsom, who's phenomenal. And we know her from her work on art books. We have our mini Yasha bust in the store right now. We have the Wild Mount dice that are still in the store right now. And there's other stuff like a bumper sticker there that you can proclaim. I keep talking about the bumper sticker.
Traveler is my co-pilot.
Trying to spread that good word.
That's right.
Proper clarity.
You want to see one on the 405 one day, don't
I
you?
do. I
Yeah.
really, really, really want to see a bumper sticker.
Oh my goodness.
Just run up and bumper tap them.
They get out and you just see Laura.
Yeah.
Do I see the shirt waiting in the wings right now? We do.
Hey, Vinny! Unisexy one. It's so unisexy.
Wow.
Look, I don't know if you can see it, but it's a goldfish with little dice trading behind, and then there's a special little treat at the bottom that says, "It's fine, we're gods."
Oh, that's so cool.
Fish looks so disturbed.
This is a
It's
very
got, like-
disturbed fish.
Yeah.
That fish has instant regrets.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
I jumped off a cliff and killed
Yeah, it's like,
myself
"No,
for no
what did-
reason.
What did I do?
Love it. How big
And
is
it's,
With
and it's
nothing
super
achieved.
soft. And it is super soft.
We just lost money
Oh, I
on that
loved
death.
I loved it.
It's a very expensive death.
So good.
All right, then, guys. I believe that's the end of my announcements. Unless you have anything to add to that. I think it's time for us to get into this heroic adventure as a celebration of other real heroes in this world, some by the name of Christine. But let's go ahead and take our way down to tonight's episode of Critical Role. Welcome back. So, last we left off, the Mighty Nine had been following a story thread. They had encountered some pieces of paper that alluded to a mystical orb that they had previously encountered that seemed to be connected to, or related to something about your patron, Ford. After unknowingly having a vision and absorbing this orb within yourself, you completed your business up in the Empire, and following information in this note, you made your way south outside of the Dwendalian Empire to the Menagerie Coast, to the city of Nicodranas, which was home and is home to Jester. Yeah. Bought some pets along the way, lost some pets along the way. But you met the Ruby of the Sea. You aided her in absolving herself of the stress of having a really, unfortunately, aggressive admirer who was becoming a serious problem. So you told him to stop by cutting off his hand and sending him away forever.
Killing all his friends.
And then you went to inquire at the docks at night, looking for an individual named Marius Lepoil.
Bad when you say it like that.
The recap really sticks it in and turns it.
But you stealthed your way there, began to formulate a plan to listen in. Unfortunately, due to a not quite as quiet attempt at entering the water, garnished their attention. A not quite effective attempt at deceiving them triggered them to realize that they were being followed, and proceeded to try and cover their tracks and take out those who would be following them. That led to a scuffle in the battlefield of the docks here in the wharf, where you alerted the guards, managed to take down these shadowy figures, captured Marius Lepoil, and hijacked their ship called the Mist, where you managed to leave the docks out into the night air, the moonlit open night, as you had just managed to take down a few figures that remained on the ship. A few things were burned in the process. The chaos was palpable. Caduceus managed to swim out to you guys in time to make it onto the ship. And where we left off, you all had taken a moment, and some of you began to head back into the ship to see what lied within. So, Mighty Nine, what would you like to do?
Well, you know, all told, I think that went very well.
Yeah.
It could have been worse. They attacked us. Unprovoked. I know that we were not exactly normal seeming to them, but we did not get threatening with them. They made the first move. And it just unraveled from there. What can you do? Sometimes you just have to follow the cabbages in front of you.
What?
Yeah, I'm at the helm. Is there anybody down below seeing about that?
Jester, I think, was rushing down.
I was on my way down.
Anybody
Right
else in
when I
Jester?
stuck an axe in the back of a guy's head.
What did you say?
That's right.
I accidentally stuck an axe in the back of a guy's head. I didn't mean to, though. I was aiming for his shoulder.
Yeah. You can speak with dead, though, right? Is that something we can do?
I can do that.
Maybe that's how we
I don't know if
interrogate
I
him.
have it prepared, though.
We could sleep on it.
Who's heading down?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm at the helm. Bo, if you
I was.
if you'll stay with me,
you.
we need
I
to
do have it prepared.
we need to
head
check
down
the
and
ship
look.
for damages because we tried to blow it up a couple times.
That's right, that's right.
And then if the rest want to head down and see what's below.
Yeah, very good.
I'll come with.
So Jester and not?
Yes.
Who else?
I will go down as well.
Okay, and Caleb. Caduceus, you're staying up. Yasha's.
I am just going to sit at the front of the ship, wet, and I'm not in any of this right now.
Any chance
Yep.
you want to come up and help me? And I pull like a big piece of splintered wood out of my forehead, and throw it over the side. In time, I'm good.
I'll help you out.
Thanks.
Yeah, Yasha kind of steps over to you, Caduceus, and kind of just puts a hand on your shoulder and goes, glad you're okay.
You keep leaving.
You keep finding me. Or they do.
I think you might have the right idea. No. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit.
Yasha kind of stands up and looks back towards you guys, and goes over and takes a rope and begins helping you guys just kind of hold onto the sails, kind of watching you and figuring out what to do. You know, none of you have really run a boat
Josh
before.
is following me?
Well,
I'm like, I don't... You can follow me, but I'm just...
Well, she's just helping you out with whatever you need on the
I'll
ship.
buck out, like make sure the sails are open, tighten everything off, and then check the exterior of the ship if you can, just for breaks in the wood, fire marks, any damage that you can see.
Make an investigation check.
15.
Okay, glancing over the side where the fireball had impacted, a lot of the wood is charred black. There is visible sign of burning. Nothing is on fire, but there was like a flash burn. You can see some of the wood right around the edge of the deck is kind of broken and splintered in a bit, but part of the sail underneath was kind of burned and singed, not enough to the point where it actually tore it away from the mast. But there is visible damage, but nothing that impedes your movement. It's just more aesthetic damage.
It just kind of looks more dope now.
More dope?
Yeah, like we look like badasses. Like I think it's just gonna make the ship look cooler.
Nice.
Yeah, we look rad.
Less fancy will actually do us some good in these waters, so that's good.
Yeah.
All right, as you guys head down, Jester, since you were the first person down, the first thing you notice is at the bottom of the steps, you see the fellow with the axe stuck in him, and he's on his stomach and slowly crawling.
He's not dead. He's not dead.
Heal him.
I'm out of spells.
Take the axe out of his head.
That's what I'm saying. Is it better to pull it out or leave it in place like a plug?
Like a puncture wound? Can I cast?
I'll ask him. Would you like us to leave the axe in or take it out?
He kind of like looks over his shoulder. You see like the blood streaks on the side of his face, and begins to like crawl quicker away from you.
No, I hold on to his ankles.
It's just like his fingernails are scraping against the wooden floor.
I know, it's really terrible. I'm sorry that I did this. I hope you're okay.
Can't you do any healing?
I mean, I can cast Spare the Dying, but he's kind of already not...
Spared?
Yeah, dying.
Okay. That's when he passes out.
I cast Spare the Dying.
Okay. He's just like...
We're just going to leave the hole in his head like Phineas Gage?
Well, I think if, maybe Deuce could do something about it.
I feel like Deuce
Want me to go get Deuce?
Yeah. See if he'll come down here.
All right, I'll run up there and get him.
I'm just going to move the axe head just like a centimeter or two.
Don't move the axe. What if his brain starts leaking out? Don't do it.
If you press on it, can you get his hand to move?
So messed up.
So, as you rush up to the shadowed deck of the mist, the moonlight still coming down, you can see kind of the outer shape of the still damp Caduceus, just kind of legs tucked into his shoulder, leaning back against the inside of the left hand of the deck, or what would be considered the port side.
Mr. Clay, you look. Are you okay?
I don't know. It's been a day. It's kind of hard to gauge.
Yeah. Are you cold?
Yeah.
I have this cloak that would maybe fit one of your shoulders.
I'm going to be okay.
Well, if you can muster the strength, it would be great if you could come downstairs and maybe help save an individual's life.
I'm going to get up and go down, see what's down there.
And the quarters of this ship, as it is, it's designed to be not a comfortable ship, but a fast ship. The crew's quarters and the deck below was called kind of, from bigger ships would be the gun deck, but it's where the cabin is. It's pretty tight for like a human. For Caduceus, you're having to like really bend and stoop down to make your way through. But as you come down, you find both Jester and Caleb currently sitting around an unconscious enforcer, one of the cloaked figures that was involved with the crew that previously had the ship.
He got an axe in his head.
It's probably good you didn't pull it out. That's
See?
That's what's wonderful.
Yeah. I'm gonna tap him on the head and cast Healing Word at the 3rd level.
Okay.
That's 11 points. That's 11 points right there.
Okay.
As soon as Cat's hands start to glow, I yank the axe out of his head.
Okay, you yank it out, and there's a streak of blood, and you watch as the what would be the open kind of axe wound begins to just slowly seal itself up to the point where it's still going to be healing for a while, but it like scabbed over instantaneously.
Look, you just saved a life. That's good news, right?
Well, he'll be dead eventually. I'm gonna head back upstairs.
Okay.
God, help!
So Caduceus heads back upstairs. At this point, the figure. The person comes to consciousness immediately as the axe is pulled. And you get a better look at him now. You can see he's kind of scruffed, probably unshaven for the past 2 weeks, and it coming out in tufts. Looks like there are parts where the hair isn't growing in because there's scarring or some sort of maybe a heavy acne at a younger age kind of prevented those follicles from developing. Pockmarked face, weathered from sun and perpetual sunburns. You can see the actual hair itself is just a matted, kind of greasy mess of a kind of a light brown color. Looks like the kind of person you'd imagine lives at sea and not on a very monetarily comfortable income.
Oh, hi, bud.
What's that? Who the fuck are you?
Jester, this is your ex.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We have this ship now. But I just, wanted to say, hi, welcome to the crew. We're the Mighty Nine. All your friends are kind of gone right now, but it's because you attacked us first, really.
Just following orders. Sorry.
No, see, that's okay. I understand following orders.
Yes, we are a tight crew that follows orders as well. Caleb is our leader, and we are enforcers of justice and saw that justice needed to be done.
I don't know anything about that.
What were you guys doing?
We were delivering a message, picking up a message.
That's it?
A whole boat just for a message?
Well, you see, he's in his position right now. He's being trepidatious and giving information. And the more you're prying, the more he's just kind of closing off, and his words are kind of trailing off.
Well, buddy, we're at sea now. We are not at the dock anymore. You are trapped with us. So, we have questions, and I don't want to alarm you. None of us want to put an axe in your head or anything.
No, I don't want to do that. That was really sad.
Right. We want to just, get along. We're all tired. I'm tired. But I'll go to work if I need to.
Oh, Jesus
Make an intimidation check.
Terrible.
That's how we know Caleb is serious.
Yeah.
But
Let's let that rocking chair outside. Oh my
18. His whole body tenses. His eyes kind of dart around the three of you, and then it slackens, and he kind of exhales in a sense of resignation. All right, I'll just... Fuck it, I'll tell you what you want. Anything you need to know. Just can you let me go? Or drop me back off in town or something?
Yeah, I think...
That seems
Yeah,
like
you'll live. Yeah,
the easy route is what I'm talking about. Good decision.
Yeah, well, it's not worth it. He kind of sits up, and you see like he's bruised and still kind of, even though he's been healed, he's not used to the aftermath of physical confrontation the way you guys are. He's like, kind of leans up against the table a bit and puts his back against it, so he's leaning against the leg and the top of it.
Who do you work for?
Yeah, we have a lot of questions, so tell us everything.
We're just, this is the Mist, was kind of a sister ship to Captain Avantica's. Our captain was Captain Jawgrass, but I take it you probably killed him too.
He attacked us first,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah.
We're not supposed to leave any survivors who've seen what they shouldn't have seen.
Oh, really?
General business. We
Why?
just don't want to be followed.
Oh.
It's part of our directive.
Are you pirates?
More or less, we'll just say we're not keen on the taxation and enforcement of the Concord on these seas. So we do what we feel is necessary.
I like it.
Freedom fighters.
Yeah.
Well, you said that your sister ship to Captain Avantika?
The Squall Eater, that's her ship.
Squally.
Squall Eater.
Squall Eater.
Yes.
The squally. Got it.
Ah, yes, we did know that. We did know that.
Yes, we did.
And gesturing to the desk and all the burnt papers. What's all this then? What was this that we can't read anymore?
Primarily, it was maps to locations of things that were important for our travels. Like things that I wasn't the navigator. I didn't know specifically, but I was just told to burn everything.
Is there some stuff you didn't get to?
Oh, well, you rummaged through and found a few things, and out of most of it's just like scrap and ash or blank sheets that look like they were, scribbled notes and a code that you don't really understand. This is the only visible.
Oh, yes, Matthew! Oh, do us right!
Bits of a map.
I take care of him, and I pull out the book, and I begin to do the ritual for comprehend languages to see if that will help with the code. Okay. It's a long shot, but I will give it a shot.
What was the message you were trying to get?
We were sent by Avantika to head back to Nicodranus, and we're supposed to wait for about a week or two, interface with that guy, Marius. And either he was going to pay us back for the money if he didn't get what he was supposed to find, and if he did have what he was supposed to deliver. One of the things I burned was a drawing of it. It's like an orb thing.
Yeah.
Then we were supposed to take that back to Avantika.
Where is Avantika?
Avantika's on, what's the island called? I don't remember. Don't fucking remember what it was called.
Did it have a...
It was on there. That's it right there.
Is it a secret island?
It's not a secret. It's just mostly avoided. It's near one of the reef clusters of the Lucidian Ocean, the side of the coast, and,
Do you see it? Do you see it, Caleb? Do you see
I'm
it?
doing a ritual spell for 11 minutes.
Do you think mending would help fix that, or would it just make the piece of paper come together?
Great fucking call.
Mending!
All right, so you do the mending cantrip, and because they do not have a completed map for you, we use our imagination. It completes a much larger piece of paper that you think would have a bunch of other either islands or other things around it. It looks like it may have been a much larger size. Unfortunately, the ink does not come through on it.
But we still have the ink of that.
You still have the ink of that, yeah. So it's largely a large piece of paper that is mostly blank. And then there's that one section that is stained with the burned edges and has the actual drawing on it.
Oh, wow. So it's like it spread out blank
That's
from...
cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
So it's an island.
And the code was where? You said there was a code? I thought.
I
This is a paper with code on it.
message.
There were some things with bits of coded language on it, it looked like. But those have also been kind of burned and they're just in chunks.
Okay.
So you're...
Yeah, I mean, how it takes 10-ish minutes to do comprehend languages, and if I'm touching...
Is it 10-minute casting time?
It is 10 minutes plus 1 minute as a ritual, so yeah.
That is a ritual. It's whatever the duration is.
Casting time, 1 action plus 10 minutes.
1 action plus 10 minutes? Okay, there you go. So then it would be 12 minutes. Alrighty. So while you're working on that, you guys can continue to pry if you want.
If we drop you off, are you going to change your name or something? Are you afraid Avantika is going to come and kill you?
I mean, Probably lay low for a while. There's other jobs out there. On my way back to Docto eventually.
Tell us about. Oh,
no,
sorry,
you
sorry,
go. No, you go.
Oh.
You go next.
All right. Tell us about Avantika.
She's a weird one. Her whole cruise, they've got some weird mystical thing they're obsessed with.
Like the ball. Is it the ball?
Well, that's one of the things we're supposed to be picking up, yeah. They've got some creepy religious thing. We just mostly, we work for her. She hired us as the sister ship out of Docto, and we've been doing errands for her.
Docto?
Docto, yeah.
What's that?
It's generally the hub of most unlawful activity out here. Used to belong to the Concord, but about 50 years back it was taken by people of my professional interests, and we haven't been able to take it back since.
You are talking about a place, an island, a building?
Yeah, it's an island.
Wait, we already know what the islands are. Suavane Islands? I can't even read my word. Suavane? That's where we were told.
Is that what this
Avantika
is? Suavine Island?
Suavane Islands is like the whole series of islands along the
cluster out in the Michigan Ocean.
And Darktoe is also an island?
Docto is one of the islands, far, far west of here, though.
Why does it say why?
Those could be little pointers.
I'm not the navigator, but I remember going in and out. There were little markers set on areas where we were supposed to, be kind of like visual guides as to we were on the right right path, and to help us get through the reef, because
it's on the other side of the reef.
And to go around is like another 100 miles to your trip.
And you've made this trip yourself?
Yes. Well, we've made it to and out once. We're going to go back after this.
What are the risks one would encounter trying to traverse this area?
Are you still working on your spell?
Oh.
Do you live on the island? Does Avantika live on the island?
Oh, God, no. No one's going to fucking sit in that. Thing's fucking cursed.
The island is cursed.
Yeah.
So she just makes. She docked there for a while, or?
There's supposed to be something there that she wants. Well, she's waiting on us to get back with whatever we were supposed to pick up, and if they didn't have it there, then we were supposed to try and find out where the next one might possibly be.
Next one?
On the hunt for ancient relics.
It's a dangerous game. Who knows how it will end?
Only two will find out.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Maybe I jump overboard.
Can you just tell us, because this is a bit shredded? You were here before, right? You were.
That's the island. That's where the island is.
You were
then?
here at some
I
point.
think that's the island, yeah. It's mostly jungle covered.
Where did the wind blow you out, or did you fight against the wind to leave? Was this east? Is this west? Where is this?
I don't know. You get the sense the more he looks at it, one, he's definitely not the navigator of the ship's crew, and probably can't read.
What's your name?
Galen Westman.
I like your name.
Thank you.
Have you heard of the Traveler? Galen.
I've met many travelers, but
Have you heard of the Traveler?
his eyes go a little narrow. It's like, oh no, not another one.
Another one, what?
No.
Do you want maybe a brochure? I could tell you about him.
I'm okay.
You could spread his name wherever you go.
I'll think on it.
All right.
You've met Avantika, right? Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's
I
totally
don't want to cut off your weird
Totally
evangelizing, but you've met Avantika?
I've seen her. I've not actually spoken to her. That was
Have
mainly.
you seen her use any magic?
No, I mean, she mainly just stays in the ship.
What does she look like?
I think as Scratch said, she's like she's elf, I think. She's got them, elf features, pointy ears, the whole game. Got a lot kind of light brown red skin, just kind of big hair that kind of comes in strings. Sleeveless coat, high collar, big scarf thing.
It does sound good.
I don't know. I got distracted by the sleeveless coat aspect. That's all I heard.
Just getting turned on.
Dude, I know when he gives the description and we've are fucking writing notes and bites us in the ass.
So I didn't get all the details. It was, I wasn't one of the important ones.
That's
Oh, you're
you
very
should be
important.
Yeah.
You survived this brutal attack. You are extremely
He's sitting there going,
strong.
yeah.
Everyone
you're
else
right.
died.
Yeah.
You had an
So
axe
fuck
in
him,
your
fuck
head.
him. I'm a survivor.
That's
You had an
right.
axe in
Yeah.
your head
Yeah.
and you survived.
I have a what?
You had.
And he reaches back and goes like, there's like still blood back there, of course. And he's like, okay. Is it bad?
It's nothing for you.
Do not
It's
worry.
nothing.
Okay.
Missed all the major organs. You're fine.
Yeah.
What else do we need to know? Anything? Okay, how about this ship? You know the ship. Is there anything funky on the ship? How much food stores do we have?
Yeah, we
how many
need
days
food,
of food and
probably.
water?
Well, we had just stocked up, so we've got probably about 2 weeks of tack and water and some ale below.
Do you know how to sail?
I know how to I know how to repair. I was more of the ship carpenter.
Oh.
So
You know what we should do first? Since we have a carpenter on board?
What?
On the side of the ship it says The Mist.
We should change the name.
We should get some new letters
like
going.
mysterious ball.
Yeah,
The
what-
mysterious ball.
The mistress of the loins. I don't know, what would be a good name?
A mistake.
That's not bad.
yeah, that's really on brand.
we took the mist and now it's a mistake.
Oh,
Did my spell trigger yet?
There's like 5 jokes in there. I'm just
I'll say sure. Technically, 10 minutes is a while, but we'll say that between the small talk, you've completed your spell.
Only because I want to say that the name as it is fairly appropriate. I mean, we might want to change it just so, to change up our appearance and stuff. Do you know what mist means in Zemnian?
Fog?
It means shit.
Does it?
Yeah, manure.
Oh.
Crap. It means crap. It's pretty on brand for us, honestly.
I don't want to ride around in this shit.
Been doing it for several months, not just.
You just draw it. You don't live in it.
So we're going to add on to mistake is funny too. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Can I read this code?
Sure. So with the slips that you have, you read through it, and it seems to be a list of supplies that were supposed to be purchased. A lot of them seem to be heavy bits of rope, chains, climbing pythons. You see ball bearings, torches. You're not quite sure why this was encoded per se, and only for like the slips that you have that are visible. But it's mainly just a list of materials.
Okay. See these squiggles here. This is either just supplies, or maybe they're trying to make booby traps for their island. I don't know.
Are there any like intact maps, like larger scale maps of the ocean? Or?
Unfortunately, no. It looks like, and you look around you, and like there is ash everywhere, and even the air has like bits of ash that are still kind of floating in the space, and like they burned through the purpose of that battle. While you guys were dealing with all of that, this guy was in here just torching everything. You're lucky to have gotten that bit.
Man, you did a really good job with what you were told to do.
Thanks. I take pride in my work. He's still kind of like touching the wound in the back of his head, like unsettled.
A little rage that he's not used to. A crease.
You have a mirror.
Oh no, I'm not.
You're
That was
not
just
here,
me
okay.
enjoying a head wound.
Well, okay, I'm gonna go upstairs.
All right. Should we tie? Are you tied? Is he tied up? Are you tied up?
No.
He's not tied
I
up.
think it shows.
Do you have
Come
any
on.
weapons left on you?
And you look over, and like he had a sword.
Yeah.
The thing he was swinging and attacking you guys with in the
But
doorway
is it on him
earlier.
Now, or has he chucked it?
No, it tumbled down the stairs when he took an axe to the head.
We'll take that.
Yeah.
And as you're taking, he's like, sorry about that.
It's okay.
You know, perfection.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's water under the bridge. We just don't want any new problems, yeah? And there's a lot of us here, so it would be foolish to do anything, right?
You have now officially been conscribed to the Mighty Nine
Temporarily.
for the purposes of this sea voyage, at the end of which you will be compensated for your duties. If you kill any of us, you will be thrown overboard.
If you jump overboard, we'll jump after you and we'll bring you back.
And also, as a result of us not mostly knowing how to sail, you are also the first mate.
Okay.
Congratulations.
That's a big promotion for him.
Well, I went
Carpenter to first mate.
He's kind of the worst.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Welcome to the Mighty Nine.
You just gotta come up.
Thank you. Should I go get my stuff then?
You're the first mate. Why don't you give us an order?
You see, like he points towards you, and he's not a very intelligent fella.
Y'all still down below?
Go fetch me some dried meat.
Yeah, don't feel like doing that to me. Maybe you should just go upstairs.
I'm gonna go lay down for a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just going to tie your hands while you're sleeping, though, okay?
Okay.
All right.
You head down to the cabin quarters, to one of the small cots that are there, essentially, and tie him down. And he's like, well, he passes out. He's exhausted.
Poor guy.
You got a new pet.
Let's call him Professor.
The second. He's
actual
bird.
Gallon.
Gallon.
Gallan.
Thaddeus Kowalski, Van Musel.
The second.
All right. So you guys had, while that's happening, the rest of you on the surface, where are you taking it?
Time of day-ish.
Time of night-ish.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's maybe 2:33 in the morning at this point.
Just straight out from shore, full sail.
Okay.
Just trying to put distance between us and the coast.
Gotcha. Okay.
I know we have time to decide on our route.
Yeah, but you just take some distance in case of pursuit. Gotcha. And it's a pretty quick ship. Like it's designed. You can see why it was used as a messenger ship and for other ships because you're used to cargo ships and things that are used for shipping. So this is like it's kind of nice to have one that's designed just for speed.
Ooh, sports car. Where is Marius?
He's tied to the mast, right?
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right.
Which at this point he's kind of fallen asleep as well because he's just kind of been there while you guys are doing your thing. Nobody's paying attention to him, and he's had a long day, and he's just kind of like.
So, not to put you too at ease, navigating was never really my thing either. I'm better than most, but
Okay.
I do kind of need to decide on where we're going.
Right.
And if we want to use Marius, we're gonna have to wake his ass up and ask him some questions.
You want me to wake him up?
Yeah, wake him up.
All right. Okay.
Not, yeah.
Oh God! What?
That was gentle, right?
What was that all about?
Good morning.
It's still dark.
Don't think that far into it, man. It was like a cool line.
Okay. Was that necessary?
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. Listen, we'll let you go back to your slumber right quick. Where were you headed with this ship? I assume to meet up with Avantika, yes?
I wasn't heading anywhere. I was just gonna give back their money and send them off on their way, and you attacked, and they weren't gonna let me stay behind, I guess.
Right, but now we've changed your plans, yes? You're with us?
Apparently.
And Avantika needs the sphere, correct?
Well, I don't have it.
No, but I do. Do you know where she is? And I'll reach by my back and use minor image again and show the sphere.
Right. I don't really, I was hired to pass on the letter and wait for some sort of an arrival of that. And then it never came, and then I asked for an extension, in case it was just taking this time to get there, and then never showed up. And so I had to return the money, unfortunately. But, you know, I like keeping a reputation as a reliable messenger.
Who were you going to give this to?
I was going to give it to, what's his name? Captain Javid Jawgrasp. Big fella you cut the fuck out of and kicked him over the side of the docks.
Right.
And how many times have you worked with Jawgrasp or Avantika in the past?
This is the second time.
What were you doing for him before?
Well, before I was, they found me on the side of the ship, on the side of the docks here, the wharf, and they asked me if I knew the quickest way to get this letter up north to Shady Creek Run.
Shady Creek Run, which is where we were.
Yes,
you wouldn't happen to know where Jawgrass called home, would you, or where he was headed next?
No fucking clue, not my business. I don't ask questions from those who are, you know, a full foot and a half taller than me and can probably wipe the floor with me, so I just nod, take my money, and do the job. Once again, I have a reputation.
Do you feel comfortable on a ship?
I feel comfortable all right when, you know, I can fucking move! Sorry, I'm just...
We are kind of limiting.
I'm a bit grouchy.
He's got big poofy sleeves and everything. He's not going to swim anywhere.
Well, that's his own damn fault he has poofy sleeves.
You could rid him of that. I hear sleeves are...
Fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I pay good money for this shirt, please don't do anything.
Yeah!
So you rip them underneath the ropes as he's tied to the mast?
Yeah.
You just start tearing him off in chunks. He's like, no! No!
Hey, welcome to the crew of the... Well, we'll have to rename this thing, and I'll summon the Falchion and just swipe through the ropes.
Scrap! And then he kind of goes and starts pulling up the scrap of his sleeves. And... Do you have any idea how much I paid for this?
Throw him overboard.
No. I'm gonna remember this.
Yeah, you should.
Kind of combs his hair over again.
Pretty fucking dope thing. Okay, so here's the thing. This reputation you keep talking about that you're so deeply concerned about.
He pulls a tooth out.
Oh, pal.
Can I have it? Deflect missiles!
That seems unnecessarily adept.
Roll a d10. See how much? No.
Ow! Why are you so concerned with this reputation of yours? How long have you been running around the criminal underworld is what I'm saying.
Not criminal. I'm not a criminal. I just do business with whoever pays well. I don't ask questions, so I don't know if I've done any crimes.
I can't tell. I don't know. Is he just an innocent middleman that doesn't know what he's shipping, or is it
No, I've met this type. You play stupid. That way you think if people start asking you questions, you've got, disbelief.
Exactly. So if I don't know technically who I'm involved with and what the larger scale of my work is, if anybody starts asking questions, I miss the rest of them. It's got me this far.
Still doesn't mean you're not a criminal, though.
That's for, it's for other people to decide.
Listen, what we're going to ask for is that you be as forthcoming as you possibly can be. Would you mind walking over to the side of the ship there and just tell me how far Nicodranus looks right now?
I went over and looks and... Can't see it.
Yeah, can't see it, can you? It's stuck with us. So I'm gonna need everything that comes out of your mouth to be the truth.
It has been the truth. Why am I lying to you right now? You've destroyed my shirt. You've made me lose a tooth.
My goodness, he is very sensitive about
so
this. He's just trying to set the tone for the
Look,
ship.
I'm a very anxious fellow, and when things go ass up, I'm having a breakdown right now.
All right, just do me a favor. Go below decks and try and find us some drink, will you?
Okay, sure, fine. I'll do that for you, whatever you want.
Just take a little walk. We'll continue talking when you get back.
Yeah, seriously.
God, I hate him.
I don't hate him.
Makes his way below deck and passes by these guys.
Hi.
Hi.
Are they coming up?
Yeah, they all come back and join you on the deck.
We found some crucial information.
Oh.
That guy who I stuck an axe in is actually still alive.
No kidding.
Yeah, because you should saved his life. And he's really nice. He's a pretty nice fellow.
He's your first mate now.
Yeah.
And
Axe it is?
Yeah, don't worry. We took the axe out.
Yes.
Still
Well,
has a
Caleb
hole.
did, technically.
And we have this map that goes to the Surin Islands.
Can I?
We heard the name earlier. I don't remember what.
Swavane.
Suave.
Swearinger.
This is
That's where we'll find Avantika, who seems to be some sort of cultist, right?
Yes, she's very religious and is interested in relics.
I mean, I assume she's a cultist. Maybe she just is a very nice religious
Maybe
person.
she just likes to collect things.
Yeah, but he said creepy.
Oh, he did
he said
say-
that
He said that they were mysterious and her whole crew had some sort of magic-y stuff.
about the sphere.
He said that they were supposed to collect this sphere, and if it wasn't available, to go look for others. How many have you swallowed?
One.
Imagine if you swallow another one, how powerful would you become?
Then he'll have 2 balls.
Wait, does the ball make you powerful?
I
Is there
mean,
something going on?
I certainly feel like I have
Big balls make you
gained
powerful.
abilities. Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's my
I don't know though.
Here's my question. Oh, we found out also.
Is this where they were heading?
This is where they were going to head after they got the ball. Yes.
This is a map through a reef. I know the reefs of the Lucidian Ocean.
Oh,
this is
good.
very familiar.
Then
What
look,
is it?
those
Where
are
is
the-
it?
Those
Where?
are the arrows, those little ping pong points that you have to hit, and then you get to the island that you.
Yeah. Well, otherwise you wreck the ship.
You recognize those specific points there?
Yeah. Well, there's the Everplume Reef. There's the Torrid Reef, but this looks like the Inkclaw Reef.
Go ahead and make a. This would be a. We'll say survival check since this is. Roll a die. Actually, no, this would be this for you. I'd say make that a history check with advantage.
Oh, okay. Well, I was filled with that.
Since it says fall into your sailor background.
Oh, that was less. 11.
Poor cat.
11. It could be one of 3 reefs. They,
3 you just named?
Well, there are a lot.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
There are quite
okay,
a few.
You know, it's a toss-up. One. Yeah, you're not entirely certain which one it is.
Okay.
Let me see. I can probably narrow it down for you. If you give me a second.
There are a few reefs that protect certain islands, one of which is the Dark Toe Isle.
Oh, he said that. Dark Toe Port.
He did. He said
We
that.
don't want to go there.
That's where.
Yeah, he said it was bad.
But he also said it was far away from the one that
And he
Avantika
didn't
is
make
at.
it sound like that's the one that.
Far away.
He said it was far away
That's where they
from
started
the one where.
That would narrow it to 2 in my mind. If it's in the Lucidian Ocean, one is far northwest of the Dark Toe and one is more straight east, but by several hundred miles.
Well, we came here for the 2 of you. What are you after?
What am I after?
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to see. I keep saying Avantika, but it's.
Avantika. Who knows,
Avantika.
really? It
Yeah.
could be Avantika.
I want to know what she wants the sphere for. I want to know why Endrin had it in the first place. What else are they looking for? Does it have a brother, sister sphere? I don't know.
So why do you not want to go to this place?
No, I do.
Oh, he was saying Dark Toe.
There's
Yeah.
a different place.
This
to go.
doesn't look like Dark Toe to me. Dark Toe is more in a U shape. You really have to go around the whole damn thing to get in without touching the reef. It's a pain in the ass.
It could be either Inkclaw or it could be Deep Row. Those are the 2 that come to mind.
Aren't you just a little bit scared that this person, Avantika, has spent all this time and resources trying to get these things, and you've got one in you, and we're going right towards her? Isn't that a little scary?
No, that sounds great to me.
I mean, it sounds like she
But she
wants
might
this
just
thing.
chop you open and take it.
You wouldn't let her do that, would you?
We'll try not to. I really should sleep if we're going to do that, though.
We
'cause-
have plenty of time.
I
It's
don't
quite a distance away.
Oh, okay.
So it could either be the Deep Row Reef or it could be the Inkclaw
We
Reef.
should really figure it out. I wonder if in the morning we can ask Galen about it. Maybe he knows one of those sound familiar to
Oh,
me.
yes, yes, yes.
Fair enough. We'll have plenty of time. We have to pick one. One's to the northwest and one's down to the southeast from where we are
Do
now.
we have to pick right now, or can we?
Can we just
Oh, wow, those are 2 different directions.
Unfortunately.
Well, let me go downstairs and wake him up.
I mean, if you want, we
Information.
could put enough. We do have the stars on our side, so we'll be able to navigate easier. We could drop sail. And
North is that
sit.
way. and I point north. Do we
Oh,
want...
you're going to be so helpful in this. You're the ship's navigator. I dub thee the Mist Navigator.
It's a mistake now. We renamed the ship.
Yeah, that means the ship navigator.
The
as well.
Mistake?
The Mistake.
Yeah.
Or the SS Mistake.
Wait, are you saying like mistake, like a good filet mignon, or like the mistake?
No.
Or like an ache in your
Yeah,
mist.
okay.
Like,
Yeah, I just felt like clarification.
like, 'cause then you could put Zimni and Common together and make it the shit ache, if it's the mistake.
Mystake? We're all about spelling things wrong, so maybe we should do that.
Yeah, the mistake.
We could try the. Do I remember if the D-Pro or the Inkclaw is one is closer than the other?
The Deep Row's a little bit further away. That one's more to the west of where you guys are. And there are a number of small islands all throughout the various reefs that aren't on the larger maps, and you haven't been all over the coast. These are all just from
the trade routes that I did.
Yeah, from the trade routes that you've done, and the things that aren't directly near or you'll pass on the trade routes. Some things just aren't even charted.
So my knowledge is limited to what I've journeyed through before. The Inkclaw is closer. We could try there. At least set course for that direction. How does that sound?
You're the captain.
Would we get there in 2
no.
weeks? Because that's how much food we have.
Oh, that's a good point.
Travel-wise, this would be. I'd say we'll put this at the speed of probably consider like a long ship. So per day, you could probably do about 72 miles in the long ship. It looks like travel to, let's see, to which one? To which reef?
Inkclaw.
To the Inkclaw?
Yeah.
It's about 230 or so to 250 miles from Nicodranas.
Yeah, we could do it.
And does someone need to man the ship at night when the most of us are sleeping?
Yeah. Just to, for nothing else, to look out for other ships.
Sailing
sea
ships.
monsters.
And see, well,
can we do that without any sailing experience?
That's the thing.
Yeah.
As you consider, and it takes a number of people to maintain a ship. To go at the speed that you need to. You need to have somebody who's manning the sails, somebody who's navigating the ship. There's somebody who's actually necessary for maintaining the course.
Staffed. I tell you what we could do. There's a joint stop on the trade routes, an island called Broken Bank. We could make it there. I'm familiar with how we would get there, and we could try and find some extra hands.
How far off?
Almost 1.5 times the distance, I think, ish.
Wait, farther?
Yeah.
But how would we make it there?
Well, I've never sailed directly to the Inkclaw Reef. I just know where it is because I've seen maps.
Well, the other thing we could do is find a place on the Menagerie Coast, a good ways away from where we departed, and some of us could try to find a crew. Also, we left the cart behind.
And my mom and our puppy.
Yeah.
We could return to somewhere else along the Nicodranas or Port Damali, and
Maybe we should talk about the whole Nicodranas thing really fast.
As you guys are having this moment of conversation, you can't help but notice that in the middle of this talk, quiet off to the side, Yasha's still kind of just on the outskirts of you, kind of holding on to the rope of the sail. She hasn't tied it down yet. She's just kind of using herself to hold and kind of maneuver the sail, 'cause that's all she knows. But there is on the far end, on the kind of like the port bow of the ship, back against it is still Caduceus, legs kind of curled to the chest, kind of just looking out over the ocean.
We should definitely talk about it.
I didn't mean for that to go the way it did.
I don't think any of us did. Can we return back to your hometown ever again after that?
Well, that is a really good question.
I feel like we might need to drop some.
Stealing comes with a pretty hefty fine. So does killing people.
Yeah, it's not looking good for us right now.
Also, we have a couple of members of the Mighty Nine that seem a little bit disparate.
Should I walk over to Caduceus?
I'll join.
Hello.
Hey.
I sit down cross-legged in front of him.
I kind of maneuver to the other side, but sit kind of leaning up against the ship, kind of out of it a little bit, but here.
Sit by the bell style.
Yeah.
How are you?
I think it's been a day.
It has.
Do you have Miss Jester, do you have a plan?
Wow. No. I don't think I ever have had a plan.
I did. I did. I don't know.
What is your plan?
I had a mission, a holy purpose, a thing that defined me, and I thought that I was honoring it, and now what if I was wrong? This is not what I thought it was gonna be.
What was your mission?
My home is dying, and I thought this was what I was supposed to do. I waited for a sign, and I thought you were the sign, and now maybe there wasn't any sign. Maybe I just left, and I'm on a ship in an ocean that doesn't want me here. It's been so quiet, and
Quiet how? Do you sometimes hear things?
I always hear things. What if I made a mistake?
I wonder over.
Well, you know, a lot of times I think that maybe the traveler has left me, and I think maybe things are going poorly and he doesn't like me anymore. But sometimes, you know, he'll just show up after a while and tell me that I was on the right path all along, and he just made it fun for me to find it again.
And one day will be the last time. What then?
Well, you're not afraid of death, are you?
No. Although dying was, I mean, I've been hurt before, and I've almost drowning was a lot. That was a lot, and the ocean is a lot, and this is a lot.
Breathe. The world is a lot bigger than your cemetery. There are a lot of things for you to see. And if you have to break out of your comfort zone in order to find the path that you're looking for.
Yeah, I think I needed to hear that. Oh, breathing's hard.
Just keep doing that.
Oh, it smells really weird in here. This is
You can't smell dead people when you're on the ocean.
It's very salty.
Yeah.
Are you hungry?
Yes.
I'm really hungry.
Do you want to make some food? We have a lot downstairs.
Oh, I
2 weeks worth.
Oh, I like cooking. I think I need to cook.
Let's go.
Let's go cook. Oh. Yeah, no, really, I feel better. That was actually. There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna go cook.
Okay.
Yeah, Caleb, as they walk away, and since Caleb wandered up, Do you truly believe the amount of justification you were just doing for our actions?
What do you mean? That they started it?
Just everything we just did. Definitely had a long string of, sounded like convincing yourself and maybe the rest of us, and I just wondered how much you actually believed it, or how much you're trying to convince yourself that you didn't fuck up real bad.
No, I'm good. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's great. That's great.
The day was not optimal by any means, but we have helped our friend's mother, and she is better off. You know, the things on the dock did not go great. No one would use the word great, but we did not draw a blade on them or do anything. They attacked us. We kept ourselves alive. We kept our friends alive. I did not expect us to be departing Jester's hometown quite so quickly, but here we are. We're all alive. We're helping another one of our friends. This is not our home.
It's not our home, but does that give us the right to shit on everyone else's?
I would not say that we have shit on everyone else's.
All right. Okay. I don't know. I'm not, I guess, looking for answers.
Which part specifically troubles you most? Is it the fact that that town might be without power for a little bit?
People can adapt.
They can adapt.
I'll figure it out.
They have to adapt. People have to adapt. And that creature down there, he's doing better. You can't have a society built on slavery.
It's just, you know, yeah, I've done a lot of shitty things, and I've made a lot of shitty choices and a lot of mistakes, and you know, after Molly, I told myself I was going to try and not do that as much, but it's fucking hard.
Well, you know, there are a lot of innocent people in that death hole, and they're alive because of you. Jester's mother is better off because of you.
I think we
Allfield is better because of you. You've done a lot of good.
Can we justify murdering 6 people to have Jester's mom be a little bit better off?
Well, they attacked us.
Okay, yep, they attacked us. And I walk away.
I'll call out to Bo as she's walking off.
Yeah.
How's it looking down there? Spirits high? Okay. Yeah, no, I thought I'd ask.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
Conflicted, I guess.
Yeah, I don't feel very good.
No, I don't know. Like, look, I know we acted accordingly in his self-defense, but I don't know, probably could have been a little bit smarter about that entire situation.
Well, it's just been a day, right?
It's been a fucking day.
We were gonna talk to Algar. We ended up killing his bodyguards and setting that thing free. And then we were gonna go and talk to Marius. And then we ended up killing the whole fucking crew and Captain -1. Like,
and part of myself, I'm a little mad because, I don't know, everything that Tortle was telling us about Marius, how he hangs out at the docks and waits till midnight, and I'm like, what a random fun guy, just hanging out by the docks at midnight. Like, I don't know, everything about that should have connected in my brain that...
Why didn't we just go talk? Like, I feel like we've abandoned the use of... So here's my thing, right? Yeah. Magic's new to me. This sword is new to me. I didn't have most of this all of my life. All I had was my words to get out of situations, to try and heal conflict, to try and outsmart somebody. And now all of a sudden I have this power and I feel like it's a shortcut, and I've been cheating myself. Like I don't feel like I've put forth the same effort to resolve something because I can just will something into happening. That doesn't seem right to me.
In a fucked up way, I can actually relate to that quite a lot. But, for me, I've always had my fists. And man, is it way easier to solve problems when you're beating the shit out of somebody. But,
how does Caleb feel about all this?
Like we were justified in our actions.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't know, it just doesn't sit right. How's Caduceus?
Jester had a good talk with him. I think he'll actually be okay. We might need to do a little bit more maintenance. I feel bad, I've treated people like shit my whole life, and I don't know. Having one transformative moment doesn't mean that you're immediately going to be a different person overnight, and being better is something you have to work at, I guess.
That was actually very profound.
I can understand taking the easy way out with the power that you have. It's what I've done my whole life.
Let's try.
I just don't know anything else, though.
I get that. Maybe we try not to do that.
Okay. All right.
I check you, you check me. We check a group.
Everybody else.
Otherwise, I feel like Caduceus is not going to be the last person that thinks about.
Walks away from us.
Yeah.
I've driven most people in my life away from me. Hearing him talk like that, it's not the first time I've heard those things, and I don't want to drive you guys away.
Yeah,
I don't want us to drive each other away. Anyway.
Well, we need to decide on a destination, whether we turn around and we left were we in the open quay or we were in the Wayfarers?
That was in the wharf.
We were in the wharf.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the Restless Wharf.
The Restless Wharf. We could turn around and come back to the open quay or where the wharf master was and try and get in and out real fast with some crew, or we could head to Port Damali, or we could head out to the open sea, but we do need to pick a destination.
Is there any damage, whoever's there, is there any damage control we want to consider in Nicodranas before we fuck off forever?
Control?
Well, we can't leave without a crew.
We can send a letter.
That's but one.
Which, as a note, you would know, like, there are a few different positions that probably need to be filled. There definitely needs to be a captain. Needs to be a navigator. There needs to be probably a quartermaster, who is essentially kind of the first mate that is the second in command under the captain, handles all the elements there. You're gonna need some form of a cook, someone that handles and prepares food. You're probably gonna need a bosun.
Deuces? Oh, bosun, yes.
Bosun can upkeep on all the ropes and the sails and general deck upkeep. From there.
Director.
Yeah, exactly.
Purser, bartender.
Stand-up
I've seen the Love Boat.
Yeah.
Can we get eyes?
There is the carpenter below. Carpenter does like ship repairs and upkeep as well. Barrel keepers are those that maintain like the barrels of supplies. There's a bunch of different. You don't need all these necessarily.
There's no guns or.
No, this is made for
powder.
speed. There's not that you've noticed at least.
This is a resource management game.
Ready for that shit.
Lemonade Tycoon.
You do see Yasha, who's kind of just stolen the rope, but is just kind of staring off to the south.
This works out for you. You are going to get a boat.
That's fine, I guess.
Know where you want to go?
She looks back at you and looks back at the south and says, just looking for a storm.
Yeah.
Oh.
Should we have a quick ship's meeting?
Yes.
Crew meeting, everyone.
You guys at this point have gone down and you've been introduced to the wonders of hardtack, which is a lot of essentially hefty crackers. shitty crackers.
I've got plans.
Yeah.
I'm cleaning them.
You do find what looks to be a couple of barrels of fresh tropical fruit, which is kind of new for you, Caduceus especially. Short-term travel elements there. So.
Or do we have how well stocked is this kitchen? Is it stocked at all? Is there something?
It's not. It's stocked at the necessary level for a 2-week journey.
Okay, I've got the stuff in my set as well, so I'm gonna.
Oh yeah, you have everything on you to create and evoke all sorts of unique flavors.
So we're doing some shit. This is
nice.
on.
All right, so if you're calling everybody from the crew together. All right, so you guys are in the process of planning it out, and you're taking stock of everything you have at your disposal, and you hear forward up top calling you guys.
You know that spicy fruit that you can buy on the side of the road. We're doing spicy fruit.
That sounds good.
It's really good right now. Actually, I'm like genuinely fiending for it.
Should we go up for the meeting and then come back down?
I think we can bring the bowls up. It doesn't take that long.
Oh, sweet.
It's like
We'll
a
bring up
5-minute
and give
preparation.
people food while we have our
Yeah.
All right.
There's bowls. Mine.
Thank you.
These crackers are terrible.
Spicy fruit. It's spicy fruit.
That's why it's a bad cracker.
Caduceus, thank you for making all of this. We need to decide on a destination. We're going to need more hands that are able to figure out where we're going next.
So to get more hands, we could either go back to the place that we exploded and murdered
Shouldn't do that.
Those docks. We could go to a separate landing site.
and risk being spotted by
We could. We'd have to be
the Coast
Super
Guard.
extremely
disguised.
quick.
Who here cannot change their appearance? You? That's it.
Oh,
We can't change the boat's appearance, though.
No, so we park it.
Yasha is listening at the corner of her, kind of raises her hand, looks back.
Okay, you got the boat.
Or we could go further to Port Damali or some other place on the coast that I don't know. Or this other place, this island that's like 300 miles away.
Port Damali's all the way up at the top.
Yeah,
You know, we
far
could
off
just
is
stop at the next city up.
What's the next city up?
Next city up would be Port Zune.
Port Zune.
That's about it's about a 3-day travel to get there.
Still a lot of time, though, to get there.
Be exhausted.
We could turn around and try and go to the. Where was the wharf master? The dwarf Ingus?
I think it was Ignis.
Ignis.
So are we seriously considering bringing the ship right back to Nicotron?
It's a different section of the city.
Do we have a lifeboat or any sort
Yes.
of buoy or anything?
yes. Lifeboat. Is there like a
There's
Little
not a
lifeboat?
there's not a lifeboat per se. There is
Skiff.
looks to be like a small row skiff. Yeah.
What about pulling into a cove outside of the city, a couple of miles? and
where we
walking?
could just leave the boat out in the ocean a little bit and take the skiff in?
Are we hiring a crew? Are we kidnapping a crew?
Hiring a crew.
Do we have enough money?
Fuck, I don't know.
You've not hired a crew before.
I
You just know what you've worked for, which is
How
not
much did you
a
make
lot.
when you were
Not a ton.
It's like maybe
Yeah.
depending on the job,
Not a
2-3 gold a day.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay, okay.
I have enough cash.
Our quickest bet is just to turn back into what area was the wharf master Ignis in?
Oh, Ignis was in the rest of this wharf.
It was the rest.
I guess I could, like, maybe can I try to cast mending on the sail and see if it looks like the burn damage goes away?
Yeah, I'll say you can slowly over time kind of focus. Well, it'll take you about a good hour or so, but you could eventually get the sail to be unsinged.
Maybe I can, like, paint something on the sail so it looks like a different boat or something.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And we can either pull the name off of the boat or alter it.
The mistake.
The
Yeah.
mistake, yeah.
Super into it.
Him too.
I have a thought. There was something that we used to do, and sometimes I'd get hired to do in my town. A little bit of subterfuge, if we wanted to try and.
That's gone real well for us in the past 24 hours, but go ahead.
Well, this one's a little bit
It's more like
under the surface.
quiet
surface.
subterfuge instead of
Quiet
loud subterfuge, which has
Yeah.
kind of been what we've been doing.
And in fact, quiet is the key. We used to do little whisper campaigns.
How
And
so?
just go into bars, pubs, start talking a little bit loudly about the pirate crew and Captain Jawgrasp in the hell that he unleashed on the docks the other night?
Oh, disparage the dead's name so that when people...
Fuck it, he's dead. Yeah.
And then when anyone finds out that we did it, they'll be like, good for them for killing those bastards, right?
I think we even throw our name in the mix.
We don't ever mention ourselves.
Never mention ourselves, just...
Maybe the crew turned on their captain and killed him on the docks and fled
And took
with
their
his
boat.
ship, yeah?
That's true.
Build a narrative. Start talking just a little bit louder than what you should in public. Maybe whisper into some bartenders.
Seems like it would take days.
Yeah, could you do this in a night?
Well, my thought was if we split up a little bit, you guys kind of focus on hiring a crew, and someone else focus on spreading some
We
word.
need to sleep before all of this stuff happens because damn.
Yeah.
Sure. Although the more time that passes, the longer word has to spread.
It probably has already spread.
Well, it's the middle of the night now, so it's not going to spread till morning, right?
It's about this point that you look over on the horizon, you can see the faint hint of dark blue turning to lighter blue.
Sleep, I'm so tired.
Let's take a nap. We'll just coast here. Can we coast? Do we have an anchor? Can we anchor?
We're a little deep for an anchor.
Can we just do donuts?
Can we go to sleep even if we're just sailing around?
When you're on the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Sure. Let's go in circles. 12 miles off coast. We'll just go in circles.
Ford, can the boat just be adrift if a couple of us stay up in shifts to make sure that there's
In
no
shifts,
imminent?
You can navigate in a pattern, yeah.
Can we slowly in shifts navigate kind of towards a cove?
None of us
over the
know how to
night?
steer this thing except for Ford.
Fuck.
I think we just need to cool it.
You can very faintly see towards the horizon where Nicodarnus is the occasional, just a little soft light of the lighthouse. So you're not completely out of sight of it. And when it's this dark and you pay attention, you can just barely see that little blip of light.
They're going to see us.
Well, you don't have any light on here.
Yeah, there's no light on ship.
They'll see us when it gets lighter outside.
We're far.
I'm going to go to sleep. Okay, bye.
All right, so the plan is we're going to find a cove and hide the ship, sneak in, get some crew, sneak back, or we're just going to sail right into a different port, also in Nicodranis, grab a crew while we start a whisper campaign, and bolt.
Yes, I don't know. Either one of those is fine.
Sounds insane.
Yeah, I vote for sailing up outside of the Wharfmaster area, taking the little skiff in, just getting some crew and getting the fuck out of here.
We can always maybe just pull in the ship really fast to load on the crew and then peace out.
I'd keep the ship out of there just in case the Jello, Zalezo have come up and said, there was a ship and a fireball detonated on the side of it, and ours has a bunch of burn damage.
Why are you talking so funny?
I don't. The splinters are in my forehead.
Yeah,
All right.
Let's sleep. So tired.
Sit up with me for a little bit. We'll take the first shift.
You talking to me or?
You.
Oh, okay.
Not the brave.
Good night.
All right, so you guys take shifts throughout the evening, or to the early elements of the morning.
Yeah, late morning. Can I just take a moment with my goblin friend here?
Sure,
While they're
yeah.
sleeping? Come here. Look.
What?
I want
are
to
we
show
doing?
you something.
What?
You want a piggyback?
Yes.
Let's get her up. You see, the sun is coming up, but you can still see one or two up there. You see that one?
The stars?
That's a planet, that one. That's another place.
No, we're on the planet.
Yes.
Today was a major clusterfuck. Everything went wrong. We did all the wrong things.
Yeah, it didn't feel very good, did it?
No. But do you know what worries me more is the feelings I'm getting from everyone in the crew. They are a little despondent, all of them.
What do we do about that?
I mean, I know that it didn't go very well, but this is our new family, right? So we want the family to stick together. I think we need to, oh, you're over here. I think we need to lead by example.
You mean just laugh extra hard and pretend like we're having a great time?
Just keep their morale up, I think, is all I mean. we have done good things. I know that yet the day was it was a day, but we want this to keep going.
Yes.
And we care for these people, yeah?
Absolutely. And we want to stay together, and if they're thinking that this is not working out, we have to do something to change that. I don't know about going in and starting to lie to a bunch of people. I mean, is that going to make them...
We definitely need to think more than just wing it, you know? This group, we get under each other's skin, and we all just sort of egg each other on, and we like to wing it. So maybe we need to slow things down. But I am serious. The thing that I'm worried most is they feel like it's fracturing, and we cannot let that happen.
All right. I'll start thinking about what we can do.
All right. Also, are you mad about the swimming thing?
Oh, no, you did what you had to do. I mean, I needed to be with the group. Otherwise, I would have been stranded there alone, and that wouldn't have been good. Next time, you can just tell me, though.
Tell you when I'm going to mess with your head a little bit?
Yeah, it's all right. I need it.
I thought it would help.
It did temporarily. I'm still very, very scared of the water, and I like being on the boat, but getting off is going to be a trick. But it's all right. Yeah. We're cool. It's just these other people that are all messed up.
They're losing their cool.
I know. We'll keep them together.
Okay.
If all else fails, fake a heart attack. Everyone will go to your aid, and then when they save you, we'll be like, yeah, we saved him, yeah.
I don't know if you're joking or not, but I'm going to do it.
Okay, good.
Yeah. And that really is another world.
No, we're on the world.
Not as a one-earther. All right. So, you guys keeping first watch? Go ahead and make a perception check, whoever's maintaining that, or either advantage, or you both roll independently.
Independent.
14.
It's a perception 22.
22. Keeping an eye out, you begin to watch as multiple ships begin to cruise out from Nicodranas. At first you begin to get nervous, but just watching them, you can see it's the early morning, kind of like right as dawn hits, a lot of these fishermen ships start going out and finding sections where a lot of the schools tend to come to feed. But beyond that, you don't see any encroaching danger.
Are there any distinct flags or colors hanging from our rigging?
You do see, I mean, they have sails. There is a flag that sits at the top of the main mast, but it is currently tied up.
Okay. Can I just skitter up there and see what it is if it were to unfurl?
It's kind of big, so you can kind of have to unfurl to see it.
Can I pull it down? Is there a thing?
Yeah, you can go ahead and bring it down.
I'll
Okay.
bring it down.
So you bring the flag down and kind of open it up, and you can see it's a light gray flag that looks almost like a curled like a wave, but it looks like a wave of water that curls away. That's the best you can ascertain as to what the design means.
We'll ask Ford about it when he wakes up.
So, you guys finish your shift. Who's taking next shift?
I'll go second.
Okay.
On the crossover. Does this mean anything to you?
It does not.
It does not.
Maybe we should change it. On the next crossover, tell Jester to paint it.
It's gonna be a giant dick and balls if we do.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right. Who's taking next shift? Is Ford? Just Ford?
Yeah.
Okay, so Ford and Caduceus out there for the second shift.
How you doing?
I think I'm embracing the chaos.
Oh, that's a good way to deal.
Do you have a plan?
A plan.
Just asking everyone. Oh no.
I have a series of expectations, but I wouldn't call it a plan.
I don't get it, but okay.
Yeah, I'm in pursuit of something, And I know what maybe the next couple of steps are, but past that.
That's an answer. That'll do. Yeah, yesterday was, oh God, what's the word?
Heavy.
Heavy. Heavy's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I take it you haven't seen much combat or...
Well, I mean, I fought animals, a few bandits,
You ever fought a giant water genie?
No, that was a first.
Yep. Never even seen one before.
Is life always this directionless?
Yeah. Well, yeah, my new life, pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
It's just kind of open.
One with the hair, I think she's gonna take off again.
Yasha.
Yeah.
What makes you say that?
You know how it is. Some rocks just don't sit right.
Yeah. Do you naturally have the ability to just, like, feel that out of people?
I mean, yeah?
It's very insightful.
Well, my job for most of my life was to talk to people. Well, it wasn't to talk to people, it was to listen to people. I've listened to a lot of people.
Your job?
Yeah. I mean, it's a graveyard. People come and they talk a lot. And
when they're grieving.
Yeah. And you listen a lot. And I don't know much, but I know people. And I know things that aren't people. There's a lot more, apparently, and
You seem to pick up on the stuff that's not said?
I mean, you have to. I like that you're looking for something. That's good.
Otherwise, I don't really know what I'd be doing.
Well, then I hope we find it, because then you get to figure out what to do next, and then there'll be two of us who will be wondering.
Fair enough. Okay.
I'm definitely looking out on the ocean to see if...
Yeah, perception check from each of you.
I'll give you advantage.
I'll do the double, yeah. Yeah, that's not bad. 21.
21. Keeping an eye out on this as well, you, towards the end of your shift, notice one ship that isn't one of the fishermen's ship or one of the trader ships that you kind of seen in the docks and pointed out to you. You can see it is one of the Zalezo search ships. It's not leaving too far from the docks, but it looks like it's at least patrolling around the outskirts.
Is that a sign that maybe we should really leave?
I think we'll expand our travel pattern to skate out wider.
Sometimes it's worth just owning a mistake, and I think yesterday was a big mistake. And
we don't necessarily want to own that here. They are very stern
well,
about
I mean,
mistakes.
by owning it, I mean stop trying to necessarily fix it and just let it be a mistake.
I agree with that.
And maybe just
move on.
Admit that there might be no fixing this.
I think that's wise.
The ship does have a wide berth. It's only one ship, and it's going across the entire coast there, but that's one thing you've noticed. It's a danger.
Gonna have some thoughts about that flag too, but that's for tomorrow morning.
Okay. You guys finish your time at watch. The rest of you come to consciousness. It's now late morning. Going to be approaching the afternoon fairly soon, but you've woken up. Some food has been devoured. Your cabin mate Galan has come to consciousness and has instinctually gone to start looking at the side of the boat and starting to kind of repair bits of the fireball damage that you had left. He pulls out his tools and starts going to work on that.
That was good work.
I'm the carpenter.
Yay.
Marius is choking through some hardtack. What do you guys want to do?
We're going back?
Yep.
Find a cove?
Yeah, we'll make our way up to the docks where the wharf master is, which is a separate docks from where...
It's the same city, right?
Same city.
gonna
The
disguise
rest of
ourselves.
this wharf and the open quay are two large sections of docks on the north end.
Remember, it took like a while to walk from one to the other. And we're only taking the skiff in.
Plus, it was dark when we left, And nobody saw the, like...
And only people that don't look like us can take the skiff in to get the crew that we're going to look for.
I don't know, couldn't the name of this boat be on a ledger or something somewhere?
What,
Well, it's a good thing we changed it to the mistake.
You do know that when ships check into port, you have not been in charge of it, but you've seen it. Usually there is some sort of a ledger of ownership or a deed of ownership to the ship the captain presents to the wharf master so they can keep tabs on who comes in and who comes out.
These rules. Do we have one on this ship?
Not for the mistake.
It got burned.
Yeah, but we need to change
Guess
the sign.
what I can do? I can make things.
If you've seen one before.
Ford can tell me what they look like.
Can I?
You can probably get the gist of it. Let's give it a shot.
Okay, let's try.
You can certainly try.
Forge a pink slip for the mistake.
To Fjordi.
But also,
Let's
the
try and
mist is
forward
printed
pink
on the
slip
side
to
of the
the
boat.
mistake.
We have not
We
changed that,
gotta
have
chip
we?
that off. Carpenter, first mate.
Hey, yeah.
Hold your carpentry duties for now and go change the name of the ship.
Okay, to what?
The Mistake. No one will know.
In a different font.
In a different font.
I would love to help your little goblin go. However, I can't really write or read.
Is it painted on or is it chipped on?
It's painted on.
I can do that.
Artist.
Back to your duties, please.
Right. It goes back to repairs.
Is the flag going to be a problem?
Well, we don't have to unfurl it.
But will they know what the flag looks like? Will that be part of the information that exists about the ship?
I am an actor in real life. You should probably.
Which is
ask
why
Matt.
I'm asking you. I'm hoping you're going to make eye contact with
Just
the
ricochet
game.
that way.
As far as you know, that they don't check the sails. The sails are designed to show allegiance to certain areas. If for whatever reason the ship was searched and a sail was found that perhaps was known to be not kosher with the laws of the coast, then that would be a problem. But that's only if the sail itself is.
So like the flag would is it possible someone might recognize the flag and know it?
It's possible. You probably wouldn't want to go into port with the flag unfurled.
They'd have to board us because we're going to stay out. Remember?
Maybe we're
just taking the skiff in.
Just burn the flag.
I could dye it.
Ooh. I could turn it into
How about we just get into the docks first so we can get some crew?
Okay, I'll rewrite the name at least on the side of the ship.
Okay. So in order to do so, you'll have to dangle from from the actual stern of the ship.
Yeah.
Yasha, hold my ankles.
Yasha kind of looks confused.
Upside down.
Of course I can.
Yeah.
Okay.
You do it.
I guess. And kind of turns you over and holds you off the side. You can see Yasha's even having to like wedge against the side because to get you further enough down, it's about 10 feet from the edge of the stern. So Yasha's having to get her foot caught up underneath the railing.
Doing this motion.
No, jeez.
I'm holding paint.
Oh, this is the paint can upside down.
Yes.
And you're dipping.
And I'm dipping because I'm hanging upside down.
There.
do that motion.
Gift of the week, right there. All right. So you managed to write in a really extravagant, well-practiced jester way, the mistake on the back of the ship. Yasha goes ahead and lifts you back on board. Any other preparations you guys want to do?
We should disguise ourselves.
Should
When
we
we
leave
get
anyone
close.
on the ship?
I don't know.
Jester, you have a disguise kit, right?
You.
Would you do my makeup for me? Could you disguise me?
Of course, yes, of course I can.
Do we need to leave someone on the ship?
Yes, I should probably stay on this.
No, you're the charmer.
You have to.
I'll stay on the ship.
Yasha goes, I'll stay.
Yasha's going to stay on the
Do
ship.
you know how to move the ship if you need to, all of a sudden?
No.
Then I'll stay on the ship. You guys go on, take a big bunch of money, and go get the crew. What is the argument to that?
How am I going to go convince crew to work for us?
You're not.
What am I supposed to? I have no job out there.
Whisper campaign.
I can do that.
This is going to go so poorly.
Who's going to hire a crew? We don't even know the parts of the boat that we need to fill. You have to come with us.
I'll write a list.
No, Yasha stays with our first mate.
Listen, last
Galen.
time the only guy that could move the ship was below deck. I'm not leaving my wingman. I'm not making this mistake a second time.
Yasha has to move the ship. She might as well just abandon it. There's nothing she can do. She's not going to outrun a naval vessel.
No, I'm staying on the ship.
And what are you going to do? You're one man. You're going to sail the ship away?
Yeah, you'll stay with me, and I'll make you the little lackey that moves shit.
But what?
I'll keep Marius, and I'll keep Galen.
How close?
I don't like this.
How close to the shore do we get with the ship?
When do we ever like this?
The ship proper.
I don't know. So like a quarter mile off a couple hundred yards? I don't know. How close do you get to a ship if you want to take the skiff in?
I mean, you have to get fairly close to even drop anchor.
Fairly close.
And you don't want to have to row
You picked a sailor.
a long distance in
an
this.
astronaut. We'd be fucked.
The strangest of Wild Mount backgrounds. You have to get pretty close, unless you want somebody to be rowing that boat for a long time.
Which I do because I want to punish them.
Honesty, I appreciate that.
Like 150 yards. Something like
Okay. So, this will be interesting. So you're helming the ship.
God.
I mean, just based off the last game, right?
Yeah.
What will you be able to do by staying on
Well,
the
here's-
ship? If another
the
vessel...
Zalezo ship comes around and
What are
arrests
you gonna do?
Yasha, like we can at least get.
No, if you're on the ship and a Zalezo boat comes out...
We drop sail, we take off, and I leave you
With
guys
one
in the car.
person?
Yep.
Okay, so as you're making your way towards this Nicodoranus and having this conversation, the Zalezo ship is doing its patrol across. You have to kind of time the best way to come through without gaining its attention.
Good.
So who wants to be in charge of trying to navigate the ship?
Level.
You!
Who wants
You're
to be
the
in
sailor.
charge of getting
That would be
past
you,
the-
I think, probably, Ford.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make an intelligence check, and I'll give you advantage because you have a sailor background and you understand some of the pathways that these. Especially since watching it, noticing this earlier with Caduceus, you've kind of seen it move back and forth.
16.
16. All right.
The ship's
Okay. You watch as the Zalezo ship passes by, and you see it begins to inspect another ship that is coming in from the western trade route. You can.
The deed?
Okay. Do you want to go ahead and make a forgery of it?
Should I be? Okay, I'm doing that as we're going in
Okay.
and stuff.
This is very complicated.
So as you're watching this, you're also helping tell Jester what you think might be included in the paper that you've kind of not really seen. So go ahead and make a.
I have not really seen.
I thought you said you had.
You've seen the papers, but you haven't like studied very heavily what
I
is
don't know
contained
what
on
would the
these.
point be? Because the wharf master,
Do
that's
it in a
all he
different
looks
language.
like.
What other languages do you speak?
Oh, good question. I speak Infernal.
A hellboat? Is that really the only other language you speak is Infernal?
Yeah.
What are you?
She's a tiefling.
Man, I love Hellboat.
If you'd like to make a
I don't
forgery
know.
check.
I'm open to all fucking suggestions. I just wanted to park a boat and go get
So
some crew. But
go
there's
ahead and
some
make
shit going on.
roll a 20, and I'll say add your intelligence modifier and your proficiency because you are proficient with forgery.
Don't
I
ever
hate
pick
that it's
acrobat.
intelligent.
How do you try?
Oh.
That's an impressive roll.
20.
Holy shit. Okay. You craft what is probably the most evenly constructed and in some ways beautiful deeds to a ship. Yeah, it has borders on it. The signature that's on there looks very formal and probably from some naval captain.
And yet somehow dick in the signature.
It's subtle.
The
It's subtle.
filigree on the borders is little nut sacks. Yeah.
You're not quite sure what the content may require, but you've seen a few formal documents just in passing, and you kind of make it up as you go, and you hope it's enough.
Okay.
You're proud of it, but you hope it's enough.
This is really pretty.
Don't forget to spray it with perfume.
A little lavender oil right in the corner.
Okay. So, are you taking it into dock, or are you waiting outside and taking the skip?
You should just take it to the dock.
It's up to you.
That way we have you.
That way we have you.
Let's take it into dock.
Okay, you're taking it into the rest of
Against
the
all the
swarm.
advice of Selezo looking for a burned ship that had
It
a
doesn't look
fireball.
burned anymore, does it?
Jester's fixed
absolutely
the sail.
does.
Jester's fixed
The
the
sail's been
sail.
fixed. and-
Blackened charred wood on the outside of it in a sphere shape.
The,
I thought we fixed. Did we fix that? Did we fix the black sphere?
Well, no. The wood is being repaired, but it's a few days of repairing to get all that taken.
Went off the side of the ship,
There's
so it
burn.
wouldn't be a the edge of the ship
I
would
like
be burned,
it.
but
Let's
not
go to the dock. I love this place.
Sure. All right.
We always make these plans and then abandon them. This is how
That's D&D, man. That's how it works.
No, let's take the skiff in. If you want to take the skiff, we can take the skiff.
You are the boating.
No, this is
expert.
an adventuring party. Let's go to the dock.
Okay. Restless Wharf or the open quay?
The one that we were not just killing people in.
Open quay. Okay. So you make your way towards the open quay. Thankfully, you time it so that the one patrolling Zelizo ship that you see is currently invested in another ship that it's interfacing with. You make your way to the open quay. You make it to the docks. There is.
Disguise elf as we get closer.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
All right. So all of you go on there, and you're applying a disguise kit to Bo. Go ahead and, if you wouldn't mind, rolling a d20. Add your dexterity modifier and your proficiency modifier.
And we will tell Marius and Galen to stay below the entire time.
Good call.
And Yasha.
18 plus 3.
So it's 21.
Yasha's
Very
staying
good.
on the boat with.
Below.
Yeah, Yasha's staying below and keeping an eye on the rest of your crew. With that, you're approached at the docks. The dockmaster there takes your document, is going to inspect it, and roll pretty well. But you rolled a 20. Looks at the paper and seems to be like taken aback at how well designed versus the occasional chicken scratch and heavily stained, ocean air tattered pieces of paper are handed to him. Seems to accept it, and you guys make your way onto the open quay docks. So you're there. You drop anchor. What do you wish to do while you're here?
I hand off 20 gold to Caleb Here's for hiring crew.
Okay.
Are there any? Yeah. Yes.
You with
there-
me on the Whisper campaign?
I am the Whisper campaign.
That's what I'm talking about.
But wait, before we go, is there anyone walking about the docks? Like dock hands?
Oh,
suits?
plenty.
Okay. Should we buy anyone off to just be like, this ship's fine. We checked it or anything. Just
Say
like
that we've been here a while or something.
yeah, or that where if anyone comes asking, they're like, oh yeah, these guys just came in from I don't know Marquette or something.
Yeah, great idea.
That would
we
be
don't know how
if
docks-
anybody, it'd be the dockmaster.
Right.
The dock master.
Is there one person who's in charge of the whole area?
The
yeah?
Wharf Master,
Okay.
Ignis.
Well, that's on the other side. That's
No,
up at the
that's not
Restless
the other
Wharf.
guy.
The dock master, the guy we just gave the papers to.
Yes.
Go bribe him.
Give him 5 gold.
10 gold. Do it.
You want me to do
Yeah,
it?
you're the sailor guy.
Oh,
This is your
okay.
whole episode.
Sure, I'll go find
5 gold.
that guy with 5 gold.
What do you?
Okay, you approach, and this is a human fella, lanky with a very pronounced Adam's apple and kind of like a cleft chin, big sideburns, and kind of this mop of reddish brown hair, kind of a thick sweater on that kind of bunches up around the neck and turns back as you approach. Hi, can I help you?
Yes, we're trying to get in and out of port as fast as we can, looking to acquire a few crew members. Would you do me a favor, though, and I'll produce the 5 gold and say, would you mind just telling any inquiring minds that we've been here for a while and that we're coming from
You're
port?
on the Mistake?
The Mistake, that's correct, yes. And we are coming over from, what was the port in between Port Damalia and this one?
Port
Zune?
Well,
Yeah.
there's two, but the Port Zune's the closest.
Yeah, we're out of Port Zune, and we're just trying to get there and back in the same day if we can.
Make a deception check.
15.
15. Gives you a nod and goes ahead to shake your hand and goes like, understood. Slips the coin in his hand. All right, in and out real quick. Takes the paper and kind of folds it and hands it back to you.
Is there a posting for people looking for crew positions? Assignments?
For that, you're probably going to look for the outside of the Seafloor's Bounty, or probably on the board of the Withered Bird Inn.
Okay. Seafloor Bounty.
Seafloor's Bounty.
Or the
Withered Bird Inn. So.
Sounded like a bar with withered in the name.
Yeah, right.
Welcome to the open quay. All right, so what are you guys doing while you're here?
We're gonna need
Hiring crew, and we're gonna get some food
We're
for
gonna-
the thing.
We're gonna need food and supplies, so anything that you think that we might need,
We'll
I'll
go
pick
purchase.
that up.
I'll tell them the amount of supplies that I think they need to pick up for a month's worth of travel.
Okay. So that'd be a lot of additional rope, some repair materials for the ship, maybe additional set of tools, a couple of empty barrels just in case you need them. And actually, quite a few barrels if you're going to be buying a lot more food. Because right now, since they had stocked up with what they felt they needed just for their crew and the short trip they're making their way there, if you're stocking up for a while, you're going to need more means of transport and storage.
I've disguised myself to look like an old, grizzled sailor.
Perfect. Okay.
I'm gonna carry things around.
So you got it takes you a few hours, but you gather the materials that are needed. The total cost for all those materials together for all of you, is it food for a month as well?
If I'll even go so far as to say good food for a month. I'm gonna bake some shit. Fuck it.
Oh, okay.
I also know that I can create food if I have to, so I can do a lot of like base.
For a month, it's gonna be about, I'd say, 300 gold.
I do not have 300 gold.
If it's good food for all of you guys and the people that you're hiring on the crew,
Good food.
to feed all of you
What's
every
adequate
day
food?
for a month.
How about mac and cheese?
What's adequate food?
Adequate food will put you to about 100 gold.
Well, let's do that. I'll do
I'll up
50 gold and you do 50.
I'll do 50 gold plus I'll up my spice to make do.
It's still a better food than most sailors have on long trips for that cost. But that's for you and the entire crew you're hiring and the two that you have on your ship for a month. Okay, so you acquire that bit.
I would say that, and I look like a somewhat plump, good Zimnian boy, and blonde, and a little rounder.
Oh, a Zimnian boy.
Yeah, a little bit. And I'm just going to. Don't make me run, I'm full of chocolates. I saw Ford talking to the wharf master, so I'll wait until Ford is finished, and then I will go up and talk to him as well.
Okay, cool.
I'm sorry, excuse me. We have been doing very well on our travels at sea, and we're looking to share the duties and want to hire a bigger crew. And I know there's many docks around here, but why wouldn't I start here, of course? So do you know, is this a good place to, is there anyone who is looking for work? Right now, we're going on a journey, 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 weeks, perhaps? One-time job?
Glances at you, glances back. Yeah, if you're looking to hire, you'll find most of them at either the posting at the Seafloor's Bounty or at the Withered Bird Inn.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did you cover that already?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but now both of you are informed.
Excellent.
So, good luck.
I come wandering up.
We need a crew!
I look like Captain Crunch, by the way.
All right. We know what we're doing, right?
For real, though, like a real world Captain Crunch?
Yeah, short hat, white mustache.
I'm so happy this campaign. You guys have a mostly like deceptive, illusory-based party. This makes for a lot of shenanigans. All right, so you guys go ahead and start looking for a crew to hire. How many crew are you looking to hire?
7. No, 6. Crew of 6.
Crew of 6.
It was the boat.
So you have two with you already.
Yeah, and you can be the captain.
We've carpenter, captain.
Okay, I've never been.
So we need a bosun.
We need a bosun. We need, we got the cook. We need a quartermaster. We need a navigator and a captain. If we don't need a cook or a carpenter.
What came between
or a
bosun and
barrel.
navigator?
Barrel keeper.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, you've worked as a bosun before. That's primarily what you've done, as well as some element of barrel keeping in your travels. Those are primarily what your skills would fall under.
Sweet. So let's call it a crew of 5.
Okay.
Captain, navigator, quartermaster, cook, and another bosun / barrel keeper.
Yeah,
Can you be a cook?
Yeah, he's a cook.
I can be a cook.
Make an investigation check.
I can cook.
Yes.
I look like kind of
10.
10? Okay.
Shaggy special episode of Scooby-Doo where he's pretending to be a pirate.
Did you shrink yourself?
You find a few folks that are pretty good. So you hire pretty much for all the other positions you need. The navigator is the one you're having a hard time with. Everyone you talk to is like, yeah, I can sail the sea. And you're like, So you're having a harder time finding a navigator.
Maybe we should go elsewhere.
Yep.
Let's go elsewhere.
Yep.
Are we at like a bar or something?
No, we're just at the docks right now. We'll go to the Seafloor Bounty first.
Seafloor Bounty.
All right. Well, I'm kind of assuming in this degree you're going to these places to find these hires and stuff like that, as opposed to having to role play every interview with each of these crewmen.
I don't know.
I know.
Sorry.
It's true.
We never know. We might kill them. So
yeah, it's possible.
Maybe stop at any
what
bars
names
along the way.
sadly.
Whisper campaign.
Okay.
You know what this is reminding me of, though? Is getting the crew for our keep in the last home game.
Totally what I was thinking about.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Oh yeah. That was
Should also make them fight
All right.
drink to each other.
So,
Whisper campaign.
Whisper campaign. One of you make a deception check, and one of you make an investigation check.
I'll do investigation.
Okay, I'll do deception.
That's sort of
Since you
cocked.
left natural 20.
Oh shit!
Thank God.
It's not. It's not a roll.
Okay.
Not great. Investigation 17.
17. That's pretty good.
Well, it wasn't a good roll, but I have a lot of plus.
There you go. All right. So what do you want to what whispers do you want to disseminate?
I disseminate that these ruffian pirates coming in, messing up our nice and peaceful Nicodranus again. I heard it was that Captain Jawgrasp, and he came in and he deceived his own crew, and he murdered them all in a plot of vengeance and greed, and then he took the boat and he went off on his own.
All right. As you're spreading this rumor, you start hearing people responding to that, being like, Jawgrasp, wasn't he found dead at the docks the other night?
Let's adjust.
Hold on. You do find out that a number of the corpses that were gathered, the two names you find are Captain Javid Jawgrasp and Matthias Freecall. They were both known criminals that had bounties on their head. And so there is, in one hand, there is a search for, or at least there's an understanding that some unknown do-gooders were responsible for killing two people with bounties on their heads. However, there was a blue-skinned tiefling that killed herself on the dock, and people are trying to find out information. They're searching for the body, and they're trying to find out who that was. And apparently, a ship was taken from some of the surviving crew of these. Damn it! Of these people, you're getting the idea that the guards didn't realize there was a conflict happening,
right?
And just assumed that whoever took the boat, you guys, were members of this Captain Jawgrasp's crew.
Is what they already think.
But then I follow
the
up.
Whisper campaign succeeded. Maybe
We're already great.
But we should adjust it, right? If they're looking for Jester, why don't we just put in a little doubt, right? They're looking for a blue-skinned tiefling. Why don't we just say, oh, I heard it was a green-skinned dwarf or something like that. Just do a little confusion, so maybe they're not sure who it was who killed herself on the dock. I heard she was already crazy or something like that. And then maybe the ship that was taken, didn't it have that distinct three-mast silhouette that you would definitely recognize?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we could do some of that.
Yeah. It was so dark, but the sails seemed black, like the heart of Captain Jawgrasp.
Yeah, sure.
You know, just like his soul.
A little flourish.
Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe this. we gotta come up with something better than green-skinned dwarf. That's not like a real thing.
What?
That's how we do it at home. Is you raise your.
What is it, Mr. Clay? You're definitely. We want your input, as you are definitely part of this team.
I see what you're doing. I like it. I like a good ghost story. Maybe.
Ooh, this is getting so complicated with each layer.
Well, no. Maybe they saw. Everybody knows the legend of the little devil girl who drowned 100 years ago.
And she keeps, you see her every 100 years?
Every now and then, someone reports about seeing.
Jason Voorhees Jester.
And the body was never this. If you want,
Yes, more often than 100 years.
Everybody likes a good doctor. I'm like a haunted doctor.
That's true.
Well, I like a haunted tour. I've never actually been to a doctor.
She drove the captain mad with the vengeance. She's
No.
No one knows.
He drove her crazy with love, and she killed herself because she couldn't be with him.
And now her spirit lives on, and she just is haunting sailors, looking for her long-lost lover.
I love it.
All right, so you planted the seeds of this ghost story on the docks,
It's been around forever.
and kind of in an attempt to co-opt the story of this blue-skinned horned tiefling. You've also disseminated the information that Jawgrasp died somehow in line with this ghost story.
Just saying.
It begins
spooky
to
coincidences.
The curse.
We'll see if it sticks. You've set the seeds.
And we once again kind of put misinformation out about the boat.
Okay.
What it looked like.
What it looked like.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Remember, everything you've heard are all been also common rumors, people just talking who hear the whispers you're saying in the tales and retorting with what they've heard in the past morning, because there was hubbub. People, they're discussing what they saw or heard about what happened.
Rumors only grow.
But you haven't seen the guard. But you haven't seen any of the guards that were present. All right, cool. Well, that's happening. You guys are also still trying to find a navigator.
That's fun.
Find that navigator.
Yeah.
And did we find the rest?
Bounty and the withered burden. If
Make an
they're-
intelligence check.
Oh, 14.
14? Okay. You have met one navigator before.
I remember.
Not.
Right? Wasn't it
Well, was it in the
Orly?
last
I think
month?
it was Orly.
Was it within the last
Yeah.
month? Then you have to tell me who it is.
That's what I did. It's
don't
Orly.
know. She said Orly. You didn't confirm it.
I was waiting to see if you pick up on
No,
it.
I'm not as smart as Caleb is.
Oh,
very smart.
that's going to cost you.
Memory's not good, Caleb.
Felt that die count.
Caduceus' intelligence adjustment to 8.
Yes.
That was all me. That wasn't good news.
I know.
Let's go get Orly.
Other port.
That's all right. Go get him. We don't look like
No,
ourselves.
we'll walk there. We need turtle power.
You can.
How long's the walk?
Message.
No.
From here, I'd say carefully, about an hour.
An hour.
Maybe a little
We'll have
less.
to re-spellify ourselves. Maybe we should just send it.
What's better? Is it better to walk in the door, though?
Wait, how do you send a message to him? You mean like spell a message?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not going to respond to that.
If there's money involved.
Yeah. Hold on.
All right, think hard about this.
Yeah.
This is a powerful spell.
Okay.
Offer money.
Come to
From the get-go.
Quay.
Come to the mistake in the open quay.
Let's not use the name.
Lose
of
all the V's. Lose all the
Come
V's.
to mistake in open quay.
Like telegraph.
We've got money for you as a navigator.
Job opportunity.
You still have more words.
Should we say like we're the
Love.
Mighty Nine? We met you the other night? No.
No.
Maybe not.
Who do we know that he likes or hangs out with? Oh,
Marius.
Marius. We could say Marius needs help. Come to open Quay. No, shit.
Yeah, let's start
Just
a
say
relationship with.
your message as you put it, your friends from the other night. That's it.
Dear Orly.
Okay. Yes. That's the first two. Go.
How are you? Everybody else is too.
Come to open quay. The mistake will hire you as a navigator. Lots of money. That's one word.
Oh, apostrophe.
Oh, money. Of money.
Okay.
Lots of money.
Lots of money. No, no.
I know.
Now?
How many
How
words
many
do I
did
have
you
left?
do?
I've got 8
Is that
words.
17? That's
Got 8 left.
8 left.
Okay.
You can reply to this message.
Go ahead. Come now. Also, the mistake is a boat.
Come now. Also, the mistake is a boat.
Yep. There's a brief pause, and eventually you hear this voice come through. Swing on over. As soon as I muster the energy
to finish my breakfast.
Little time passes, and sauntering up onto the dock, you see the massive, kind of waddling form of the turtle with a sack over the shoulder. The rest of the deckhands kind of look and kind of give a nod. Some recognize him, others are still kind of like, fucking turtles, they're weird. And then eventually kind of makes his way to the ship, over to the skiff, and goes, oh no, you guys have the ship in the dock. Okay, brought all the whole thing there. Walks over and kind of steps up onto the gangplank.
So, who am I talking to?
Me, apparently.
Hey there, it's real good to see you again. I heard from some mysterious magic voice that you were going to hire someone to navigate.
We were hoping your services weren't spoken for.
How long you looking to need me?
A few weeks at the most, maybe only a couple.
Do you know who you're talking to? We all look different from the last time that we have met.
I have no idea.
We came to see you. We talked about a man named...
Just let him get on the boat before we tell him these things.
We like the look of you. We have a good job and big money.
I'm mighty confused, but money definitely drives. So,
how much do you charge on a weekly rate?
Weekly, let me think. 35 gold.
A week?
Whoa. A week, yeah.
I might be gone a month or two.
Well, I have 20 gold.
27 gold a week.
Make a persuasion check.
Yes.
How are we gonna get to
He's literally our only job candidate.
Yep.
19.
19.
15 plus 1.
Deal if I get to choose my quarters.
Choose your quarters?
My quarters.
we can accommodate that.
Then, my friend, it's a deal.
Begins walking up the gangplank and then inflates the bag and kind of announces his presence onto the ship as he arrives.
We're trying to be quiet.
Full Scottish send-off when we leave.
Yeah. And, you know, the more you hear it, the more you're like, it's not that bad, actually. It's the initial note that kicks in, and then once you get used to it, it's not bad.
It breathes better. It breathes better in open space.
Yeah. All right. With your crew and supplies acquired, and
We did.
possible seeds of whispers disseminated, some information gained about the scenario of those that you killed in the dock the night before, and the knowledge that they're still searching for the rest of the crew. You make your way off the dock. Are you going to try and pass by this Lizzo ship once more? Because you're going to have to make your way out.
Well, then, yeah.
Can I like assist him with like counting?
Actually, with
as they
Orly
go down?
hired and helping you out with this, did you tell Orly we're trying to avoid that ship?
Yes.
Orly goes,
I think this helps me know what kind of business we into.
okay. Give him advantage on that. Nice. All right. So, quickly telling you, like,
all right, go now.
Round about that way. He begins giving you the proper timing, and based on your previous information, without issue, you managed to dodge this little ship, make your way to open waters, and now in the later afternoon, you guys have now exited the outskirts of Nicodranas. We'll see how much of what you've left behind helps to what you left behind the night before. But nevertheless, you have a crew, you have supplies, and you are on the water. And with that, we're gonna go and take a break.
Wow. Nice.
You hired the turtle.
Just want him around. Just keep him around.
There you go.
I want to hear you do that voice forever.
Well, now I have to now. You fucking hired him. I was thinking, I'm like, have they met a navigator? Oh, fuck. All right, so we're at the giveaway break. We're going to be giving away this awesome Peruvian walnut tabletop dice tray by Wormwood. It is slick. It is leather on the inside, it feels like. For this, the keyword tonight is theft. Wow. Come over to Critical Role Twitch channel into the chat room to be part of this giveaway during the break. That's twitch.tv/Critical Role. Enter the word theft once. Any more than that, you'll be disqualified. Once again, it's only good for those in the United States and Canada, excluding Quebec. We're working on it. But we'll have the winner when we come back. So see you guys here in a few minutes. And welcome back. So we have our winner, the winner of the fantastic giveaway, the Peruvian walnut tabletop dice tray by our friends at Wormwood, is Goku518. That's right. Goku. Not only does he keep coming back from the dead, he also wins dice trays. Goku, you won this awesome tray. Get that sent out to you ASAP. Get your info. Congratulations and well done. All right, so picking up where we left off, as Orly's on the ship, Orly also brings with him a map of the Menagerie Coast. Because USPS is the fucking worst.
Oh, please sponsor our show. Please sponsor our show.
It did not arrive in time, the full one, so you'll have to deal with this printout for the time being, but there is one on the way.
How big was the full one going to be?
Pretty big. Size of the table. I know. Next week, possibly at the live show. So there we go. But yeah, so that can be something for you to reference for your travels in the Menagerie Coast.
I know. I can't. Like, I keep sharpening it, and it's just shit.
So,
rose gold. Rose gold is best gold. I'm wearing Apple Watch with a rose gold band on it.
Oh, Sam.
Rose gold.
It is best color.
It's best color.
It is good for wedding materials as well. Yes. All right, so Mighty Nine, you have your crew. This is a pretty packed ship for a runner ship because you have a full crew, and then on top of that, you have you guys. As opposed to training as sailors, you've hired more on top of what you have. So now you have a very busy ship. However, you are out and about on the ocean. What are you guys gonna do? Where are you going? What's the plan? Orly needs something.
Yeah, we gotta show.
Yes.
Oh yeah, maybe this jogs Orly's memory.
Give it to him.
Orly, why am I showing this to you? But here's a piece of a map we retrieved. We'd like to go there, but keep it secret from the rest of the crew.
Is that the Inky Claw Reef?
He goes ahead and compares it with the map and goes,
Best I can tell, it's probably close to the Inky Claw, yeah.
Oh, you were right, Ford.
You were right.
You're off the boat.
What?
Take your gold, leave.
Why do they call it the Inky Claw?
Why do they call it the Inky Claw?
From what you know, partially because the waters around there are very murky and very dark. So it's hard to see where the reef comes close to the surface. A lot of the sea creatures that live in the area tend to knock a lot of the silt up when it's close to the bottom of the reef, which means sometimes the reef sneaks up on you and rakes across the bottom of the ship itself.
So, because we have this map and we have a navigator, that doesn't mean that we could go from one destination on the map that we saw to another. We still need to follow the trade routes, right?
You can. It just means that the
More traffic.
well, I mean, anything that's off the trade routes means there's not a lot of patrolling Celezo ships to maintain, protection for people that are using those lanes. Also means that sometimes, as you've heard, certain creatures that live in the ocean or nearby, you're a little more susceptible to, but it's a quicker route. If where you're heading is to the Inky Claw.
Just like roads. It's just like roads. Off-roading it or roading it.
Well, I mean, it kind of looks like there's not a main train route or a train.
Yeah, if we stay on the trade route, we have to go here,
all the way around,
and then down, and then come across.
Let's-
Or we go here.
Let's off-road it.
Shorter distance.
As the crow
less
swims.
Danger.
As the crow swims.
Yes.
Do crows swim?
Sure.
So you're telling Orly to head to where?
Well, I want to make everyone aware of the dangers. Okay, if we take the trade route, it will take 3.5 times longer to get there than if we just go from point A to point B. But point A
to point B.
goes across uncharted waters, and on this map there are like giant tentacles coming out of the water.
there's literally
probably just for
tentacles drawn
flavor.
on the
Is
map.
that
Told you
like
sea monsters.
a random example you're...
Could be just
someone-
artist's interpretation, just trying to fill in blank space. Doesn't mean anything.
Tentacles on the map?
Yeah.
I can't tell anything about what's happening
Use my
here.
keen mind.
Portamale. Nicodranes.
Nicodranus, and the ink claw is down to your lower right-hand
Those
corner.
could just be
yeah.
vines.
Those
Literally
are...
can't tell what
You
that
see
is.
vines.
That's like... that's just like TG... That's
like little sea cucumbers. that
TGIF
are
flare
exciting.
is all that is.
So, we also have this map, which is at the top of the Inkclaw Reef, that will guide us through the reef instead of coming this direction and then down and underneath, which is
Let's
what you
do
would
it.
normally do.
Let's do it.
All right. So we'll instruct
Not
Orly.
only will we do it, we will do it in solidarity with you in your quest. Because we are a team, a cohesive unit that acts as one. When one member wants something, we all want something, right, guys?
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
We are the Mighty Nine, not to be trifled with.
Yes.
Welcome to the Mighty
Put it
Nine,
in.
Caduceus.
Put what in?
Put it in!
I will
The
put it...
map?
No!
No, she means your hands. Your hands.
Both hands
And
or just one?
Yasha.
Yasha puts one hand in as well.
Yeah.
My hands.
On three, ocean.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, ocean!
Ocean.
3.
Is that a goblin thing?
No, it's a...
No, we
It's
did
a
that.
mighty
It's a Mighty Nine
Nine.
thing!
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
You've
We
done
have
this
a thing.
before. This is a thing. This is
It's a new thing.
okay.
So we'll instruct Orly to navigate from north to south to the top of the reef using
Okay.
this as...
Orly corresponds. He's like,
So, just out of personal curiosity, why are we heading through the reef? Where are we going?
We are trying to catch up with a captain that we need to make contact with.
All right. Well, this captain you're talking about, might they be, well, that X's on the paper? Or?
I think they might. Yep.
So that's putting us right by the island.
Which island?
points to the just in the outskirts of the X,
Oh,
the,
that
the
island.
landmass.
According to my map right here, that is Uru Kazel.
Hazel.
Oh, right.
Axel. Hazel.
I see it. Yes, I see this map.
That's a real avoided locale.
Why?
Yeah.
Superstition. Many folks around here, they talk about the dark stories of dense jungle and very dangerous iron-bearing creatures. They talk of strange ancient masses, and they talk of wild, unnatural types.
Could it just be talk? For instance, there is a rumor of a ghost girl on the docks back in the Menagerie Coast. We heard circulating.
I'm not too familiar with that one, but it's possible. Mind you, I'm the navigator. I ain't getting off the ship, so it's all up to you.
Got the Silver Silt Palace.
Can't say I have.
Okay, just checking.
Caduceus, are you excited about these haunted stories?
I mean, I guess. I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it.
Hey, look, it could be the path leading us to more dead people, yeah?
I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to reevaluate what my expectations, I suppose. But we have a direction, and we have a place to go, and stories are stories.
And this thing that you want to do, this mission, I'm sorry, I overheard last night. Is there a place that it needs to happen, or is it something that you will do wherever you go on the road?
I didn't really think it through. I hadn't really, I thought it would be easier to figure out.
Caduceus, do you actually even know what you're looking for?
A sign.
So you came with us because we thought we were a sign.
Yeah.
And now you're looking for the next sign.
When you say it out loud.
Fair to say he still hasn't found what he's looking for.
Oh, wow.
Yasha actually approaches from the side overhearing the conversation, kind of looks up to you, Caduceus, and goes, I know what it's like to be looking for some meaning, some guidance. Do you trust in your visions?
I did. Yeah.
And you have strong faith in this thing you follow?
Yes.
Then if you ever go off the path, maybe they'll tell you. You just have to keep looking.
Well, that's fair. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that.
It's kind of new to myself as well.
We're heading towards an island. There are stories. Let's go to the island.
As you guys are
Fully get out of the reach of the land, by the way. As we're kind of sailing away, just want to keep an eye out on the horizon and be like, Professor! See if I see him.
make a perception check.
I throw some dead pigeon or seagull in the air.
Never has there been a more worthless perception check.
Nope.
Natural. No.
7.
No sign of the professor. You do have, was it Sprinkle?
Dick.
Yeah, Sprinkle is still kind of nestled up next to you. However, your Blink Pumpy Nugget still remains with Marion back in Nicodranas.
Yes. I want to send a message to her before we go to sleep tonight.
To Nugget or your mom?
To my mom.
Okay. All right. The evening comes quick. By the time you guys are leaving, it's not that far from dusk, and so your first evening out on your new trajectory, you have time. What do you want to send to Marion?
Mama, stuff happened at the docks, and we had to leave very quickly. Please take care of Nugget for a while. We'll be back, I promise. You may have heard about a little girl who was killing herself on the dock.
Are you using this across multiple spells?
Yeah, this is my second message. My second message. That looked like me, but it wasn't me. Don't worry, I'm very much alive, and I love you very much, and I'll be home soon.
She doesn't have the chance to respond to the first one because you go right through to the second. But Marion does respond to the second. Goes, well, thank you for letting me know, Jester. be safe, be bright, and make me proud. And come back soon. You and your friends. Goodbye. All right. So, who's keeping watch the first evening? Because now, with a full crew, you can go full pace on this longship. It'll put you about 72 miles per day. It's about a 250 nautical mile trip, including through the reef, with full crew.
Nice.
That means it'll put you there in a little over 3 days, about 3.5, maybe 4 days with careful passage through the reef. So for the evenings watch. Okay. And then you have crew who can take up as well if you want to. So you guys, one of you or both of you, make a perception check.
Want both of us to do it?
10.
15.
15. Okay. Through your path during the evening, you keep an eye on the waves. At some point, the moon itself is starting to find itself low in the sky, and you look over and you see this like faint glow in the water below. You kind of feel the back of your neck get warm for a second. You glance over to try and inspect what the source of this light is, and it's a jellyfish bloom. You see hundreds and hundreds of these tiny jellyfish below the surface that are giving this faint kind of bioluminescent blues and pinks and a variety of colors in that kind of pastel spectrum as they just kind of pass under the waves as you move by. And then you look out beyond that and you can see a few more. And for the next hour or so, you just kind of look over the water and pass by these beautiful little beacons of color in the middle of this dark black ocean.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah, they're beautiful.
Yeah. I've never seen anything like this.
Last thing you want to do is jump in there, though. That is a bad time.
Really?
Yeah, jellyfish sting, and it's quite painful.
Sometimes things that are the most beautiful are the things that can hurt you the worst. Are you worried about where we're going?
No. No, I'm more anxious to get there. My curiosity, I suppose, overrides my fear.
That's good. You're not afraid that this captain is going to hurt you?
No, I don't think I had gotten that far. Plus, I have the sphere. Captain Vontican doesn't.
That's true.
I feel like we take care of ourselves pretty well.
Yeah. I promise I'll heal you if you start to hurt, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you ever get sad?
Sad?
Yeah, that sometimes things don't work out the way you were hoping.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I suppose I get sad. Are you sad, Jester?
Only sometimes. But it passes really quickly.
I'm sometimes sad about the things that I've had before, that I won't have anymore. And I sometimes wish that things were different. What makes you sad?
I miss my mama already. I thought we could see her longer.
I am sorry that we left in the way that we did. Would your mom ever think of leaving Nicodranas?
I don't know. She thought about it one time with my dad. She was planning to leave with him. But then he never came back.
Right. What would you want for her? To stay there and grow old, or?
I would like for her to be happy. I would like for him to love her. I don't know. I would like for her to not have to work anymore.
It's very noble of you. Yeah.
I'm pretty noble.
Well, how about on some of these islands, I've heard that there is treasure.
Oh, really?
Hard to find. I'm not making any promises, but if we play our cards right and we take care of each other, we might return a bit wealthier than we left.
This is a pretty good plan. And then we can use that money to bribe the gentleman to go back and woo my mama again.
Or give it to your mom and have her go find the gentleman, but she's just amazing.
That could work too.
Yeah. Don't be sad. Your mom is very proud of you. That much was clear.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
Don't mention it.
The remainder of your evening goes thankfully uneventful. The blooms fade as you pass through the evening mating grounds of these jellyfish. The next day comes, the morning comes, and your first true on-the-ocean breakfast kicks in. Thankfully, because of the supplies that were purchased, there are a number of fresh meats available. A proper breakfast can be made, and you can see through the crew that you've hired, they're quite surprised by the quality of food they're given on this journey. There's a bit of like a, damn, I'm glad I agreed to this journey. You know, and they take some food, and a couple of them are like,
not to kill us.
There are vegetarian options as well.
Oh, this quinoa's pretty good.
Actually, funnily enough,
that's all I wanted.
No,
You die happy now.
Hilariously, Marius is actually a vegetarian.
Oh,
Perfect.
he is.
Of course.
And he is. He's like, I'll probably partake in that too, if that's all
Oh
right.
yeah, no, this is, please, this is.
This is actually delicious.
Thank you. I'm very proud of this. It's a family recipe.
They're crazy, aren't they?
Completely crazy, bonkers.
What's gonna happen? Are they gonna let me go, you think?
Oh yeah. I mean, probably. I don't know. I mean, I'm just barely attached onto this at this point, but I think you're fine.
If worst comes to worst, we cut and run, huh? You and me?
Worst comes to worst, I'll make sure you can cut and run. I think I'm stuck here for a while, but I'll make sure you can bugger out if you need to.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Once again, very good.
I have no idea what just happened.
Continuing on your journey, who's keeping watch for this next day?
I'll go.
All right, so either you guys roll individually or one of you with advantage. Your choice.
Individually, yeah?
Go for it.
Perception?
Yeah.
Nice. Solid.
Natural 1.
Ooh.
17.
17. Okay, good. Let me see here.
Give $100 to A26LA.
Who's rolling?
Oh my god, can you imagine? We would be so broke.
Every time we roll one, we have to donate $100 from our
Okay,
own.
and Orly is making, since Orly is the navigator, helping you out. And are you leading this? Are you guiding the boat? Are you the captain of this?
You're the captain. Just
technically-
take it.
You didn't hire a captain, and they need to be hired by somebody.
I
So
listed
one of
it.
you needs to be the
You're
captain.
the captain.
I listed captain, but
You can't really. You generally don't hire a captain for the ship. Like, hey, we're just a bunch of assholes with a boat.
That
We
is
need to
not
hire
true.
someone to be our leader and pay
I
us.
saw
Put on the deed.
right next to the cut your own keys booth next to the dock, there was a rent-a-captain. And he was sitting there with a corncob pipe, and he was like, "Har, me isn't." Yeah, no, I'll be
You
the
didn't
captain.
download the app, though, didn't you? So you couldn't hire him.
No, yeah.
Yeah,
So you
that's
go-
just a
so
photo
what-
opportunity.
what's your captain
for
name
Instagram.
to your
That's all
crew?
that is.
My captain name?
They need to have to know who their captain is, who they're gonna go towards for
Captain Tusk Tooth.
Captain Tusktooth. There we go.
Wait,
They're
you're
very
Captain
confused because there are no
Okay,
tusks
okay, okay,
visible
okay. Nope.
on Tusktooth.
You never want to see him.
Good to know, Captain Tusktooth. Alrighty. So,
the perception check was for at night during a shift?
No, this is throughout the day.
All throughout the whole day. Okay.
This is, and the crew's keeping watch too, but this is, keen eyes and just kind of looking, occasionally going up to, climbing the sail a bit to get a good view, or climbing the mast to keep an eye out.
I'm just leaning on the edge, and I just go, Caleb, this is boring. It's just blue.
I'm blue.
Chester's more interesting to look at.
Roll survival check with advantage with Orly's help as the navigator to keep us on task and in the proper direction.
Could we say that Bo and...
That's gonna get. You're gonna pick up some speed, actually. You're gonna
Looking
pick up
forward.
some
Looking
corners
forward.
on
He is the captain now.
Captain Tusktooth already out of the gate, acting like a captain, and the crew's coming together. For all of you who watched kind of the fuckery that was you trying to get out and then back to port the night before, seeing a full crew on the ship, knowing what they're doing, you're like, oh, yeah, it's probably good you hired this crew.
Lower the inboard motor. Fire it up.
Alrighty.
One quick thing.
Yes.
I want to thank you. You could have told any of these people anything about me, and you have not.
Well, don't give me that much credit yet. I still could.
I know. You have every right to. I hope you don't. I don't know how all of them would handle it. Be that as it may, I have something for you.
What?
And I bring Frumpkin out in his new speckled elf owl form, which is the smallest owl on the planet Earth. He weighs 1 ounce.
Really? 1 ounce?
Is that like the little, the famous little owl with the star eyes?
Little owl that ever existed.
Oh my God.
So this is Alona.
Oh my God.
You can have him for roughly a week.
He doesn't look as angry as Professor Thaddeus.
No, this is the way owls are supposed to be. I place him. So he's going to listen to you.
Is he?
Yeah.
I poke him and see if he bites me.
He's dead.
He does.
Every time.
Everything I touch.
1 ounce. 1 inch punch.
It is technically a monk weapon. The index finger.
My hands are registered weapons.
For you. So, a couple rules. He will listen to you. Will you listen, Frumpkin? Frumpkin nods. Okay. And if you need to get him out of danger in a hurry, you just say split. That's what it will take. You'll need me to bring him back, but if he's in danger and you want to keep him around for your week, Lona, you say split. Okay, so he's yours. So thank you. Yeah?
It's called.
All right.
Thanks, Caleb. Thank you.
You guys' day shift goes by keeping watch. Nothing really catches your attention. It's just open shores and open waters. Since you are off the trade route path, there don't appear to be any other ships passing back and forth. It feels comforting to be so alone in some ways, but for some of you, it's strangely isolating. And there may be a few moments throughout the next few days where you kind of have to just go below deck and not conjecture. You especially, Caduceus. This is.
I'm good in my head.
Yeah, day 2 and day 3 start getting a little hard on you we've been traveling for 48 hours and literally everything looks exactly the same.
I'm gonna start probably talking to fish at some point in the near future.
Okay. All right. So.
Yeah.
For the evenings watch on the second day, or this technically be the end of the first day.
I'll take a watch.
I'll take it.
All right. So both of you guys roll for your perception.
6, 9.
15.
15. Okay. Okay. You continue on through the evening, uneventful.
Want any booze? Oh, you don't drink.
I don't drink.
Mind if I drink?
Not at all.
All right.
Out of idle curiosity, why have you been trying to butter me up?
Well, you joined us a little late in our adventures, but many of us, not me, of course, but many of us were maybe, outcasts or whatever before. And over the course of spending some time together and traveling and doing some good things, mostly good things, but a few bad things together, we've come to rely on each other, and it doesn't feel like we're outcasts as much anymore, and just trying to maintain that sort of sense of a unit. Because even though we've made some mistakes, and will probably continue to, feels like that we're a little bit better when we're together. This other fellow in the group, Mollymock, he sort of showed us that by dying. I'm just trying to keep us together.
Well,
we all have our own things, right? I'm sure you have your own thing.
I do. And for the record, I'm on board for now.
That's good.
And I'll keep your boy safe. That's okay.
Thank you. He will definitely need lots of healing on this island. And between you and me, Jester's a really bad cleric, so... it would be good if you could just stick, like, if I go right, you go left. You stick with Caleb.
I'm not an only child. I'm aware of how this works. This is,
You have sisters and brothers?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right. You told us. You had a large family, but they're all scattered about, right?
Somewhere, I suppose.
Are they trying to save your town? Is it a town? Is it just your home?
It's just the temple. It's just the temple ground. That's all there is to it.
And they're out there trying to find a solution for whatever ails it?
That's why they left. Yeah, that was the thought.
And you have had no contact with them?
No. I was the last one left.
Well, I hope no one breaks in.
Well, I've kind of resigned myself to the thought that it's entirely possible that someone will.
I'm not a religious lady, but I will tell you that for me, this journey with this group has been a bit of a sign. And I know that you're questioning whether it was for you, but...
What kind of sign?
A sign that there could be, for all of us, another chapter.
Well, I thought I had you figured out. Never mind. All right.
I'm going to drink now.
Finishing your watch. Uneventful. As the evening comes in, other folks can take a shift, or you can leave it to any of your crew. Like, you don't have to take every shift, but, you have to rely on your crew to keep a watch. So, any plans for the evening?
I'll take the last watch. Is it at night at all?
This would be night, yeah. You've been captaining the ship for a full day too.
Sure.
So
Before I go to sleep, I'm going to politely ask any of the fish and things that are in the ocean to let us know if there's trouble up ahead.
Okay.
If they would be so kind.
You get the sense that the fish would be happy to. Mm-hmm. As they...
I'm a lunatic, aren't I?
Yeah.
There's just no... Okay.
No, it's... I mean, like,
it's
I great.
Can roll it. Okay, because I have a roll for this, but I'm okay. Cool.
No. Yeah, you kind of lean over the side of the boat and talking to the fish that pass by.
Okay. Just...
And you get the sense of it's like Sure.
You can talk to them.
Yeah.
They can't talk back.
And they're nowhere near as fast as the ship. So within the sphere of perception that a fish has, the ones that are now far behind you will definitely let you know when you come across something. Way to play
I don't know that.
I know. No. And I love playing the night intelligence.
I'll hand off the wheel to someone, and I'll go down to the side of the ship, and I'll summon the falchion.
Okay.
And with not a lot of people, on the deck are paying attention. Hopefully, can I reach over the side and dip the tip of the sword into the ocean?
Sure.
30th time I made that joke.
Just drags through the water like any other blade would.
Does the eye do anything?
No, doesn't react.
Okay. I'll summon it back up.
Okay. Falchion's back whence it came.
Whence it came.
Are you keeping watch?
Mm-hmm.
Make a perception check for me.
7.
Okay, so that for the evening. Okay. As you're focusing on your blade on the side of the boat, as it gets close to midnight, maybe actually roll for the cruise. Nope. Okay.
Nope.
Sounds like of the poo rumbles.
So as you kind of are checking your blade and looking around, you hear this sound that catches your ear. It's like,
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
No poo rumbles.
but it's like up. And kind of glance up the left of your vision, and there's a shape that's sitting up on one of the sails.
Oh, what the fuck?
What
is it?
Just a dark shape sitting up there on the sail.
Professor Thaddeus?
It's not moving.
Oh god, dude. It's so spooky.
And I'll just sound like a general alarm.
Okay, as you whistle, whatever it is you see is 2 wings. And it kind of and just takes off into the dark night.
What is it? What's going on?
There was something that took off from the mast and wings.
Was it a parrot? I hear there's parrots on pirate
It
ships.
was pretty large, right?
It looked humanoid-ish.
Humanoid-ish?
Like it had, or I mean, as far as size-wise, it looked like a human. You saw big wings and you saw legs dangling, like bird. It looked like a bird, but it was human size.
Is that where is
Was it the
Yasha?
harpy?
Actually, I gotta go down. Is Yasha still sleeping, or is Yasha still here?
Oh, Yasha's asleep.
Yasha's sorry, Yasha.
Yeah, you go down to Yasha sits up, and as soon as you enter the room, the chamber that Yasha has,
Yasha, are you still here?
before you even get to that point, the sound of the door opening, Yasha's like,
Yasha's still here.
"Be careful, bow." Puts the blade and leans it against the side of the bow, the side of the cot, and kind of just leans back.
Just want to give a quick update. Ford saw a thing with like 2 wings, appeared to be humanoid, fly off the boat, and I just want to make sure.
Grabs the sword, gets back up, and just walks.
Yasha's coming.
All right,
The
so you,
fuck was it, Ford?
I don't know. I didn't see. It's too dark.
Can we kind of? I'm gonna turn around and do like a scan of the horizon. Do I see anything?
with disadvantage because this is looking into far darkness.
I'll put my goggles on just in case he's.
Just in
probably-
case he's sure. Yeah. But still disadvantage.
9, Nate, 8.
8. Glancing out, it just looks like, and at this point, the moon is just starting to vanish in the distance. There's not a lot of light, and it looks just like this black, endless void around the ship with just the faint image of a blue line as a horizon in all
Can I
directions.
climb up to where it was and see if it left anything behind?
Sure.
Like poop.
Like poop or a feather or
Make your way up. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
He left personal identification.
12.
12. You look and you can see. I mean, it's dry weathered wood. These, you know, this mast has been in use for a while. You do see what appear to be some grooves, like large talons.
It had claws.
Oh, here with a little phosphorus on and send a globule of light 120 feet in every direction from the boat, 4 of them.
Okay.
To see if there's anything on the
Okay, as the
perimeter.
lights drift out, at that moment you watch as a series of shapes swoop in. And in that instant, you watch as a cluster of harpies, not coming towards you, but are now coming in and dive bombing the sails. They're rushing in and trying to drag their claws through to put you dead in the water. So, from a narrative standpoint, right here, just go ahead and roll initiative.
Jesus. Yes. No. Oh no.
Hey.
Laura asks a good question.
It was last
missed.
time.
Oh, okay.
Travis said.
Yeah.
He heard me.
Use my boots.
That was the last game we had already.
All right, so 25 to 20.
Sorry.
Oh.
25 to 20?
Someone to roll for Yasha?
Oh, yeah.
Man will do it.
Yeah, it's a 16.
Whoa, best roll ever.
It's because Ashley's not here
I
to
know.
roll initiative for herself. 20 for Bo.
Okay.
Are we doing the 25 to 20 still?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
We've been doing therapy talks for like 2.5 hours. Matt has to wake up now and run combat.
All right, so 20 for Bo, 20 to 15. 20 to 15.
18.
17.
Ooh, look at that.
There we are.
Yasha had 16.
Yep. So Jester, Caduceus, Yasha, 15 and 10.
11.
9. Oh no, I was saying no in German. Excuse me. No, I did not roll a 9.
Very concord. And then Caleb, your last.
Yeah, 5.
All right. So, Harpies rolled natural 20 on their initiative.
Shit.
And with the +1, that's been a 21, so they're going first. So you watch as 6 harpies come swooping in. 2 of them go ahead and just land up on top, kind of getting a view of who all's on the ship. The few crew that are currently running the deck just start shouting, "Harpies!" and they start running. They're like they're not hired to fight. And they go charging into the cabin below. They're both kind of looking towards the guys who are running, and they're both going to swoop down and see if they can go over 2 of the deckhands.
Have they already slashed the sails?
Crew!
No, not yet. Those 2 haven't.
Oh, no.
One of them's going to swoop down. Oh, that's cocked. No, not now. The 6 manages to try and harry the guy, and he kind of kicks it off. Manages to push through. The other one dives down to grab a second one. Does manage to do so. Claws sink in. Not doing a whole lot of damage, but you watch as it grips into and begins lifting one of the deckhands. He's like 3 or 4 feet off the ground. And he's like, "Ah, ah!" And the harpies kind of lifting him up. The 4 others, or 3 of the others, are going to tear through the sails, and one of them is now is about to land on the poop deck, on the back towards the stern of the ship. The 3 are going to go ahead and try and sweep across the sails. Yeah, that's a hit. That's a hit.
Fucker.
That's a miss. 2 of them, one of them attempts to try and grab towards the sail, but the way the wind is blowing, it can't actually kind of to get a hold of it, and only does a slight tear on the side. The other 2, however, with their claws, 7, 13 points of damage to that sail. You hear the tearing sound as they both drag a series of open tears across the central sail of the main mast, and you can already watch as the sail kind of the ship starting to slow a little bit in that process. The one that lands in the back of the ship just stops, wings out, inhales,
No.
and this voice begins to emerge. This strange, baleful. This kind of weird, ghostly voice that seems to emanate and then grow into its own chorus. It's like a dirge almost as it spreads out into the space. I need everybody to make a wisdom saving throw.
Ooh. Not
Natural 20.
Ooh. Great.
16.
That's a success.
16.
Success.
8.
Fail.
24.
Success.
17.
Success. Roll for Yasha if you don't mind.
Oh.
One of you.
15 plus.
Everyone succeeds. You hear this and you feel this like weird, faint grasp in your brain. The song kind of beginning to almost placate your adrenaline, but then you shrug it off. Except for, not.
I love that song.
You are charmed by this harpy. You listen to this music and it's beautiful, and you find yourself all the tension leaving your body, and you just can't focus on anything else. You're just watching it there. You guys watch as Nott's arms drop, her weapon going limp to her side, her head turned slightly towards one shoulder, and just kind of smiling, listening to this song. One of the crew that's not being currently held by the harpy almost makes it into the lower cabin, and then stops dead in his grasp, and is also entranced by the song. And the harpy just continues to sing. All right, Bo, you're up first.
With a quick glance, does it look like the sail is worth trying to save any further, or is it fucked? Just with
the sail, it's not completely destroyed, and it could be repaired. Should they not continue to pull it apart?
Should they not? Or they look like they're still going for it?
It looks like it.
Okay, I'm gonna run over and just try and collapse the sail. So
okay.
It's not unfurled. Try and collapse it. I don't know if that's the right call.
You can give it a shot. All right. You have done a little bit of sail work. I'd say go ahead and make just a quick intelligence check. Having not been formally trained necessarily, we'll see if you can.
17.
17, yeah. And in your time on the ship and kind of just studying how the different elements of the ship maneuver together to create motion and riding the wind, you figure out that one of the various ropes you can go ahead and pull and release, and it'll cause either the sail to entirely come down, or you could just pull it up and cause it to no longer be unfurled.
Whatever's quickest.
Probably pull it in. So you just go ahead and you grab the rope and pull it up. Both the harpies are kind of curving around for another series of attacks on it, but you're pulling that element of the sail up.
Can I take a bonus action to do patient defense after I do
can. So your arm kind of holds the rope in place, and you kind of just get yourself ready in case anything happens. That finishes your go. Jester, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon as my bonus action.
Okay.
Right above the singing harpy.
Alrighty.
And try to slam it down upon her head.
Go for it.
What? That I don't.
That was exciting.
I feel like that shouldn't count, but whatever. That is 12.
12 hits.
Oh, good.
They're not very hard to hit. They don't have a lot of armor, if at all. They're more just a little dexterous. But other than that, it's just, and you see these harpy forms. You see these humanoid female kind of live bodies, naked, but their legs curl into these talon hawk-like feet. And they have these sets of wings that come off of it, and their long, stringy hair. Their faces are a little where it goes beautiful to grotesque, where the mouth itself seems almost like the lips are shrunk and shriveled, and kind of a series of sharp and broken teeth are visible from where they open their mouth.
12 damage.
12 damage.
And then I'm going to use my action to
action surge.
Cast Toll the Dead right over her head and ring a bell across.
Alrighty, what is it?
A wisdom saving throw of 15.
Save. Natural 1. No.
So that's 2d12.
2d12.
7 points of damage.
7 points of damage. So that harpy, like you can see, like from the impact of the spiritual weapon, the large spinning lollipop cracking into her face. The song kind of stops for a second, and then the blast of divine energy in the middle of her head sets her off, but she pushes through and continues the song. Looks pretty hurt, and is kind of wondering what to do next. I finish your turn, Jester?
Yeah, I guess I'm on the sail, right? I'm on the top.
Yeah, you're up at the top, kind of looking down, and the two harpies that are spinning back, they definitely noticed you casting these spells.
Yeah. Can I hold on? Can I grab onto like rope or anything, or is that like an action?
You can like try and reach for something.
Movement.
To like, yeah, like reach down and hold on to like the thing. So
I'll say you hold onto a rope. Sure.
Okay.
That'll be your movement. Okay, that finishes Jester's turn. Caduceus.
First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cast. I'm going to get myself into a reasonable position, and I'm going to cast. Where did it go? There it is. Calm emotions. So, in theory, if this is a charm spell, and this counts as a charm if I'm correct, you can just fail a charisma save if you like.
What? How does this? Huh?
What are you attempting to do here?
I'm going to use calm emotions to negate the charmed effect on Nut and anybody within 20 feet of me. Actually, anyone within 20 feet of it. So, I'm just going to run a few feet away from you. I'm going to take my staff and I'm just going to pull a piece of silverware and just bang that crystal, and it's going to make a dissonant sound and wakey wakey.
Whoa!
I will say because technically.
Charisma saving throw. Creature can choose to fail the saving throw if it wishes.
Well, no, there's no saving throw if they're suppressing you.
Yeah,
it's so it just happens. So so all of a sudden the song that's entrancing you, you kind of shake out of it as Caduceus finishes muttering this phrase, and you feel kind of the clarity come to your mind once more.
Nice. That was awesome.
We got work to do.
Okay.
And
and this also affects the other deckhand.
So I just basically am disrupting that song as long as it's within a certain range for about a minute. I'm also going to use my bonus action to wake up the bugs.
Okay.
And
so then the mass of winged beetles kind of begin to
the one that's singing. I'm going to roll it towards the lollipop.
Okay, so they rush in there.
Snack time.
Go ahead and make an attack.
All right. What?
It's a D20. Go ahead and tell me what you roll.
17.
So, yeah, that'll definitely hit. So that is 2D.
I know, I've got to fix this at some point.
Yeah, you gotta. I'll just make a printout. Remind me to make a printout for you, because since we're having a hard time.
Oh, we just haven't had time to fix anything. I know.
Why
Right, so
not?
So yeah, it is 4D4.
All work, no play.
44?
Yeah.
That's right. That's 15 points of damage.
Whoa.
15 points
Beetle
of damage.
damage.
I don't even know what just happened.
Caduceus is back.
Okay.
No
the
kayaking
beetles are now swarming this harpy who's taken bludgeoning and is now bleeding profusely, and you can only see part of her torso. She's like, "Ah!" The song is dropped, and is now trying to fly away. She's picking up her wings as these beetles are now just tearing into her flesh. Okay, then it's your turn, Caduceus?
Yep.
Yasha's turn. Yasha. All right, so there's the two that are up on top. Dart down and pick up the guy. The one that's currently holding the other deckhand, Yasha's going to rush forward. Since it's within her melee range, it's going to rush forward and take 2 strikes. If someone wants to roll for her,
I will.
go for it.
Nope, that's not a D20. A 10 and a 1.
Alrighty. The 10 hits, the 1 does not.
Great.
I'm sure some stuff was added to those.
Now what do I roll?
All right, so roll. No, it's 3d6
I want
actually.
to do that.
Go for it.
Yeah. Teamwork.
Oh.
Well,
6.
my rolls were better.
Your rolls would have been better.
Great. Okay.
You rolled a 1 on your.
All right.
We both suck.
So Yasha just carves through a large chunk of it. The harpy still holds onto the deckhand, but is unable to make it drop. This brings us to Nott and Ford.
Is anyone in melee range with anyone else?
Currently, there's the one holding the deckhand
I'm gonna
that
shoot
Yasha
at
just
that one.
attacked. Go for it.
Okay. 15.
That hits.
Oh, doesn't know.
Sneak attack?
12.
They're not very armored or dexterous creatures.
18 points of damage.
18 points of damage. Nice. Blasted. You see, like it has to right itself. She kind of flapping her wings, but still holding on and trying now desperately to just get away. There's no intent to interface. She has her quarry and is about to bolt.
Fire it again. Bonus action.
Kill it.
Ooh, not good. 11.
11 just hits.
Whoa.
No
God,
sneak
they are.
attack, though. It's
No sneak attack. 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage. Yeah, that'll do it.
Drop it!
As it's flying away, it gets about like 10 or so feet up, and then Deckhand screaming, "Ah, help me! Help me!"
I've got your nameless Deckhand.
The bolt hits him, kind of spins in the air, a cluster of feathers, and slams down hard on the deck of the ship. The deckhand also kind of hits and rolls and hits the side of the ladder that leads up onto the poop deck, and it's like, oh, and it's now starting to freak out, looking at the other harpies that are circling. So there's still 5 in
Just
there.
run over to using my movement, run over to the deckhand and be like, "You're okay now." You're fine.
All right, Ford.
I'll aim 2 Eldritch Blasts up at one of the 2 harpies that's flying up above the mast.
Okay.
19 on the first one.
That hits.
And the second one is, 25.
Both hit.
That is, oh shit, wait, where is the, okay, 1, 2, 10.
10 points of damage on the first one.
Nope, sorry, I was calling that out like an idiot. 11 points of damage on the first one, and 7 points of damage on the second one.
All right. As you turn around, glancing up at them, release that one blast of eldritch energy that crackles and spins, slamming into each of them up in the air. It kind of lights up the sky above the mast, and you can see the diffusing of the impacts behind the sails on the opposite side of the deck. For those of you on the other end of the ship, as both of them kind of spin into a circle, to kind of taking pain from the impact, but then right themselves, looking down to the source of this angry, aggressive act. Anything else in your turn, Ford? All right, that brings us to Caleb.
How far up the mast would you say I could climb with my movement? Is
With
that
your
half speed?
with your movement, it would be half speed, and I'd say for you, who's not necessarily an accomplished climber, it'd be an athletics check.
Okay.
Necessarily
Not necessarily.
Indoor kid.
How high does the mast go?
Code for indoor kid.
The mast would go up probably about 25, 30 feet.
Never mind, I will stand at the mast and I will pull a white feather out of my coat and trace a baleful glyph in the air and cast fear, and they must make a wisdom save against 16.
Both of them?
Anything within 30 feet of Caleb.
Anything within 30 feet of Caleb?
The enemies. Enemies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That would get...
Seat and enemies.
So that would get 3 of them. So there's the one that failed to grab the other guys just out of range.
Okay.
There's only 3 left, right?
No, there's 5 left, technically.
I thought there were only.
There was 6.
There were 6 total. One's died.
Gotcha.
One of them's close to death. And there are 2 wounded and 2 that have been untouched.
The song broke.
16 wisdom save.
Yeah. So that's a failure. That's a failure. And that's a success.
Okay.
So the one that had missed, one of the deckhands and is kind of an upswoop, doesn't seem affected. The 2 by the mast immediately, as the glyph completes, and there's kind of this very, very subtle burst of dark, kind of dull green shadow energy that kind of just emanates from you. Both of them kind of and just are gonna start getting the fuck out of Dodge. All right, that ends your turn, Caleb.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, back at the top of the round, harpies. Those 2 harpies, full dash, full run, just go spinning back in the direction they came, as far away from you as they can get.
Auf Wiedersehen.
So those 2 are, for the time being, out of the way. Let's see if they can make their save. Nope.
They have to be out of line of sight, so if they can see me on the boat.
That's true, yeah.
That's what the spell says.
That's right. Yeah, no, I was facing away, doesn't matter. Yeah, no, they're still running.
See ya.
Okay. There's the one on the back that's near death is going to attempt to fly away as well. It's going to go ahead and move and dash. That's 80 feet out, and it's trying to catch up with the other 2. So now there's 3 of them that are fleeing. Let me say mark as that one. So that one and that one. All right, the 2 that are attacking. Those 2 that are attacking the mast. The one that picked him up. The one that's singing. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to remember where it is. Okay, yeah, there we go. So there's the one that tried to grab the one deckhand is going to swoop down to try and grab him again because he hasn't made his way fully in. Does manage to grab him. Swoops down, only gets partial, only 15 feet up again. That's its turn. Let's see. The other 2 are going to go ahead. Those 2 are fleeing. Ben's fleeing. Oh, there's only one that's free, and that one's going to go ahead and attempt to attack one of the other sails. Because there's like multiple sails up on the point. Smaller one. No, you know what? No, it's going to come after you since you're the one that's holding the sail. It's It's going to go ahead and swoop down and going to attack you with claws. And
bitch.
That is actually surprisingly an 18, but I think that misses you. Oh, with disadvantage too, because you have your
patient defense.
Yes. Second attack. Yeah, misses with both.
You motherfucker.
And is going to attempt to move 15 feet away from you with the rest of its movement. Go for it. Make an attack.
Punch attack.
Didn't we say we weren't going to try and solve things with our fists?
Oh yeah, let's talk it out.
That's all I have. 13.
Yeah, that
I believe
hits.
that hits.
Yep.
This is unarmed. Ooh, 10 total.
Max damage.
Alrighty.
Max damage.
And it cannot move. You go ahead and not you don't it's less of a punch, but more of like with your open hand, you grab the back of her leg and slam the harpy onto the edge of the boat. Kind of like gets dragged down and just thrust down onto the edge of the railing and kind of crack a rib, and it's trying to get out of your grasp and manages to pull free, but now it's like right there next to you. Couldn't get much further. You get the sense now that they're retreating. This is a quick herring. They didn't expect quite as much resistance, and most of them are wanting to get the hell out. So with that knowledge, Bo, it's your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of use the rope that I'm holding onto, and I'm gonna use that to lift myself up and do like a little swinging double kick action to this heart.
I love it. Go
Just a
ahead.
little poof, poof.
Go ahead and make your two
Little
attacks.
Cirque du Soleil shit.
Oh.
Both hit. That's a 16 and a 19.
That's correct. Go ahead and roll damage for each.
Pop, pop. For both of them.
Yeah, high rolls.
8 plus 5 is 13, plus another 6 is 19.
Ooh.
19 points of damage. So both kicks, whack, whack to the harpy as she's trying to get back up in the air, ends up knocking her back onto the deck. Still up, and is now going to try and continue trying to make an escape.
Take the rope, I'm gonna wrap it around my fist once, and pop with my bonus action. Oh, no. Flurry of blows, 2 attacks.
Go for it.
Pop.
Hamburger.
Let me roll for
A flurry of blows.
okay, that is 14 for one
That
and a
hits.
natural 19 on the other.
Yeah, roll damage.
10 damage.
10 damage total?
Yep.
All right. So with the next hit, you go ahead and just punch past the face, and then with the other hand, you wrap the rope around her throat,
Yeah.
and then release. And you watch as the tension of the sail, as it unfurls, snaps the neck of the harpy and drags her up, and is now dangling from the rope as the sail is now unfurled again, still torn.
Do that on purpose? Wind physics.
It was better results than I expected.
Always say
yes.
All right, that finishes Bow turn. Jester, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to use my spiritual weapon to send it over to the harpy that is trying to get the guy off of the ground.
Okay, go for it.
9 plus 7 is hit.
Yes, roll damage.
8 points of damage
8 points
to
of
him.
damage to that one. That one's not been, that's the first time that one's been wounded. It gets hit by the large spiritual lollipop as it's trying to fly off of the deckhand, still holding on it.
Difficult. I think I'm going to use guiding bolt on the one that was flying away that was singing.
Okay, go for it. It's quite a ways away, and you can see it kind of.
I got 120 feet.
Yeah, definitely within 120 feet. So go ahead and roll for the attack on that.
Okay.
Level 1?
Yes.
Yeah, so it looks pretty hurt.
I don't know what I add to it.
It should be. It'll be right
18,
above.
I get 18 plus whatever.
Yeah, it's your spell attack bonus.
Oh.
Same as your spiritual weapon.
Oh, okay. Plus 7. So good.
46.
Oh, come on. 7 points of damage.
7 points of damage. As you you bring the spiritual weapon down, you turn to see the other one flying away, and as you release the bolt of vibrant, radiant energy, it streaks off right as it's flying, you kind of hang it off. You kind of quickly aim, watching its arc, and as it kind of just flies away, You watch this burst of light as its body tumbles and into the ocean water below. All right, Jester, that finishes your turn. Caduceus, you're up.
Sure. Yeah. So there's one that's trying to get away with one of our deckhands.
Yeah.
Correct. It's been hit once.
Okay. I know I'm trying to do things. Sorry, I may not. I'm just gonna nuts and bolt this. I don't suppose my insect swarm can attack for a bonus action. Can go over.
It can't get close enough, unfortunately.
Oh,
yeah. As the other harpy pulled away from it, it's still kind of when it can move closer, but it's not.
I guess I'll do a guiding bolt at level 3.
Okay.
Ooh. I just saw you do that. I'm like, huh.
All right.
Yeah, that's 19.
Yeah.
So that's
6d6.
66.
Damn.
Shit.
So as Caduceus, looking at the swarm, turns around, holds the staff in the air towards the one that's taking off with one of your cans, and this, you saw the bright beam.
16 points of damage.
Ooh. Spins around and releases a far heavier and brighter burst of light that streaks into and blasts into the harpy. Kind of wobbles in the air for a second, but you watch as the energy kind of explodes and then is now spinning and kind of keeping this weird shifting, almost like an atom spin around the outside of its body. The next attack against it has advantage. It's Guiding Bolt. It's looking pretty hurt too. So
Off.
finishes Caduceus' round.
Is he carrying our deckhand like over open water now?
Not yet.
Oh.
No, not yet.
Okay.
Yasha's turn. Yasha, yeah, it just kind of grabbed him and it's trying to pull away. Yasha's, I don't think Yasha's close enough to hit melee. They pulled him up too high.
Throw the sword. No.
Yasha's not going to do that. Yeah, yeah, no, that's not happening. There's not much Yasha can do right now.
Can she jump and swing?
Not really. Sorry. Yasha is going to get underneath, though, and prepare in case it does get knocked down a peg or whatever. Just gets the sword at the ready and is kind of eyeballing it angrily. And is going to rage, because that's fun.
Yeah.
All right, that brings us to Naughton Ford.
I will fire at the thing.
Okay.
With my crossbows.
Because you get the...
You do have disadvantage, technically, because it's out of your firing range. Although you can probably move up closer and get within range.
I will run up close.
You can do that.
On the deckhand one?
Yeah. Yeah, there's only one left, right? No, maybe?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
There's just one left.
I only rolled an 11.
But you also have advantage because it's got
Guiding Bolt.
Guiding Bolt.
Yes.
Oh, that helps.
11 does hit, but...
Oh, well, that's even better. 17 to hit.
Go and roll damage.
Sneak attack, because it's...
Not
it's holding.
It's
a
holding,
friend.
yeah, and it's not even an ally who's in combat with it, so...
It's an employee.
Yep.
Well, 7 points of damage.
7 points of damage, all right. Still flying.
Oh, I'll shoot again one more time.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
It's 18 to hit.
Yeah.
Only 8 more points of damage.
It's pretty good.
That'll do it.
Yay!
They don't have a lot of hit points. So the second one you watch is go and begins to like just careen down towards the edge of the ship.
Oh no!
It's about to slam. We'll see. There's a percentage chance here.
Ooh, percentage dice.
I'm gonna roll percentile dice to see if it hits on either on the deck or over the edge. No, it hits in the deck.
Oh.
50% chance of either. So it crashes into it. The other guy kind of slams into the side of the railing, manages to pull free, and catches up with the other guys. They both run inside the ship. At this point, the other harpies now are just
bugging out
and fleeing.
So threats are all gone, more or less?
At the moment, by the time your spell would wear off, there are none to be seen.
Can I hang from my rope that I was holding on to and slowly start casting mending on the sail?
Yeah.
Sure.
Caleb clutches his chest and cries out and falls to the floor of the boat.
Oh no! Oh no! It's his condition!
What's wrong with Caleb?
He has a card condition!
Since when?
He always has had one since he was a boy!
Do you have any medicine for him?
Yes! He needs mouth-to-mouth resuscitation!
Well, get at it.
No! My mouth is too small for a human jaw to make perfect contact.
Just cup his nose. Just
No,
over it.
I can't get my mouth wide enough. Too many teeth
I'll
are in the
do
way.
it!
That would be good. Yeah, you or Bo. Really?
I drop down. I have like really good medicine training.
All right.
Okay. Well, Caleb, just for the sake of it, roll a deception check.
Yeah, sure.
yeah, sure.
Just out of curiosity.
It's pretty good. I'm 20.
Yeah.
Caleb always
Caleb's having a rough,
Just are always fine.
terrible. Yeah. All right. So so are you?
I'm just gonna try to blow into his mouth as hard as I can.
Yeah. It's super uncomfortable, Caleb.
I think it'll help. Yeah. He's still not out of the woods. I think we all need to pray.
That's not what I was expecting.
Oh, good, you're alive.
Do you want to lead the prayer?
Yes.
Oh, thank goodness. You know I'm such a fearful person.
Oh, maybe he's okay.
I'm always getting scared of things, and that one was too much for me.
He could be on the edge of life. Maybe the prayer.
Climbing back
Yeah. Glad you're not dead again, buddy.
I look over it not.
Wow. You guys, we saved his life with the power of friendship.
I thought it was
Yeah, I thought it was
gestures
mouth to mouth.
healing.
Yeah, but we all were there to pitch in.
Caleb is.
I just watched.
Caleb is beet red.
I think that helped.
Beet red. Face matches his hair.
I don't understand anything that.
How do we prevent further heart episodes
More
from
friendship.
transpiring?
Just more friendship.
No, we just need to not be attacked by anything anymore. We need to just stop pursuing our pursuits and pick an island and stay there.
Are you saying you want to retire from adventuring life,
Bo,
Caleb?
go
Is that
give
what you're-
Caleb a hug.
I feel pretty good. I feel like
You're so. Why are you so stiff?
well,
Like a Voldemort hug.
this is feeling like it's going too far, not.
No, this is working.
Keeping an eye out for harbors. It's
working.
Perception check.
We've only done this once before, Caleb.
Disadvantage.
It's still weird. I just want to point that out. Okay, let go of me. Get off. Yeah.
Whew, is that hot? It feels hot.
No sign of any harpies.
How's that sail coming, Jester?
I'm working on it.
It takes a short time, but you manage to, in the next 10 minutes or so, feel comfortable that you've mended most of what the harpies have done.
I'm going to go down and let the crew know that everything seems to be copacetic upstairs.
Yeah, and the two crew that you hired who already rushed in there are in the process of telling the story of what they just saw. They're like, and then there's a blasting light up there, it's crazy.
Hey, everything seems to calm down upstairs. Everything seems fine, and I think I'm going to try Blintz's for breakfast tomorrow. So that's good. I feel like we could all use a treat. I was gonna,
You notice half of them go, yeah!
they don't know that they don't know what I'm making them out of, but yeah.
No. and the other half are like, Blintz's? Yeah.
You can't make.
Is it made with
Are you putting limits on your cuisine talents?
Not anymore.
In a blintz. Is it?
I now have the song "Every Little Piece" from Pete's Dragon going through my head.
There you go.
Yeah, all right.
No. One of the harpy that was there's a harpy dead on deck, right?
Two harpies.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely butcher one of them.
Harvest that.
And
Okay.
try to take some meat for myself and for the crew.
Go ahead and just make a general medicine check.
Oh my goodness.
Also a disadvantage because you're not too familiar with the body of a harpy.
8.
You butcher it. No. That's a gamey ass harpy. You do get some meat. To you, it looks delicious, but everyone else, you're like, I'm good.
Oh.
You get like a pound.
I want some wing.
Okay.
Maybe they can deep fry it.
It's pretty sinewy.
Do we have an empty barrel?
I bought a couple
You guys
barrels.
bought a number of barrels. You filled up a lot of them because the idea is you know.
Whatever is left over, if you could put in there, and I'm gonna start something and
Like a
hopefully
stock?
something.
Start something.
Yeah.
He wins his dead people tea.
I don't know what I'm gonna get. I've never tried harpy before. It could be mushrooms, could be anything. I don't know what it's gonna take.
Start something.
Bone broth, maybe.
I'm gonna give it a little zing and see what I get.
Okay.
Seeing not butcher the harpy, I go, oh, and I look in my pocket and I pull out Owl Frumpkin. Is Owl Frumpkin okay?
Owl Frumpkin is fine.
Hey! Sorry about that. Back in my pocket.
Start moving his feet and his eyes stay in the same place.
Yeah. I make his head dance a little bit.
I rolled for him last week, and he appropriately only has 1 hit point.
That's awesome.
And good to keep that in mind. All right. So as you bring your things in for the evening, that comes to a close. Your second full day of travel, now the following morning, comes to bear. Who's keeping watch for this day?
I'm a little shook. I'll take that.
Make a perception check for me, please.
Ooh, that's terrible. 13.
13. Okay. For the day, you don't see anything. You do. No, you don't see anything. Okay. Ocean. All wide ocean.
That dig underneath the boat, using your sonar.
Yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing with your barrel?
Oh, I just was going to put anything that was dead now, and I was just going to see if I could maybe start either. I don't know what they're going to make, but I'm curious if it's going to be anything I can either eat or use as a spice. So.
Okay, so you just begin to decompose. And
I'm basically, I'm using the decompose and ferment, and maybe hopefully getting some mushrooms or something, or I don't know what harpies make. We'll find out.
You'll find out. It'll be a little while. I mean, you watch as the start of various fungus and fuzzy mold begins to appear at edges of its corpse. It'll take you. You started it, but a couple days, maybe you'll have something that'll give you an idea of where it's going.
If it's good, I keep it. If it's bad, I toss it.
Next evening. All right, go ahead and make a perception check.
Wow, I keep volunteering. It's like a perception. 14.
14. Okay. And make your survival check for me as the captain, please. With advantage because you have Orly on board.
12.
12. Okay. So that's successful. You're not picking up any additional speed like you were the day before.
Right.
Okay. Uneventful. You do see, at one point, you pass by what looks to be a few small rock islands, just like bits of stone that are breaking the surface. Too far away to make any details, and they're not large. They're maybe one set appears to be maybe 10, 12 feet across. Other one looks about 40 or so feet across. Just little breaks in the water where a little mass of stone has breached, but that's all you make out.
Okay.
Evening goes by uneventful. By the third day of the morning comes around, Orly kind of comes up to the top, comes to you and goes,
Hey there, excuse me, Captain. Yeah, I'm keeping tabs on our travel southward. I can see the reef is approaching.
Excellent. Well, let's prepare to navigate through it.
Wow. Such captaining.
Someone get.
I just picked it as a backstory. I didn't know.
Travis a subscription to Sailing Monthly or something.
So, there are different, see those Y marks? Each one of those is going to be a survival check to try and maneuver the boat through the reef.
Oh boy. Can we get advantages on those or
Yes,
something?
because you have Orly with you.
Yeah.
And Orly is working with you side by side, kind of holding up the map and looking at the scenery and all the crews, a lot of the crews on the deck as well, keeping eyes out.
The dodecahedron.
Oh, yeah. Focus on this
forward.
Take
a huff.
There you go. You have your fragment of possibility. Okay.
Yeah.
So these are survival checks?
Yes, with advantage. So for the first one.
16.
16. You guys can now see, at first it just looks like open water. But then as you begin to maneuver past the first section, looking down 20 feet, 15 feet, 10 feet, some of them looking like just barely breaching the surface, you can see these colorful reefs that are just full of vibrant life, all sorts of manner of sea creatures and fish going through. And within a very short distance, you can see broken wood. You can see other ships, the remnants of which have been scattered across the reef and have since been overgrown. Carefully making your way through this gap, you manage to curve slightly. One bit at the back of your stern scrapes at one point on one edge, but any damage would be superficial, and you manage to maneuver past where you can see what looks to be one set of sticks that have been tied together and embedded into the reef just below, just barely peeking past, breaking the surface. And that's the first sign you see of one of those points.
Nice.
Dead men tell no tales.
Now that you've seen it, that's going to be your guiding point for each portion of this reef. So you and Orly both kind of going through and traversing this. You can see the next path before you. Both of you together, go ahead and make another survival check with advantage.
Ooh, I'm going to use the dodeca.
Yep. All right, roll one more. You only roll one more.
Only one more.
So pick one or roll it.
Yeah, start fresh.
It's a 10.
Total is a 10?
Mm-hmm. Survival is -2 for me.
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
-2?
Yeah,
You're a fucking captain.
Not very wise.
All right then. As you make your way through the next portion of the reef,
I'm a sailor.
turning it over. You hear it impact a heavy portion of the reef, scraping across it. The ship's hull does take damage.
Galen, go fix it.
Okay, that is 11 points of hull damage. Eventually pulls past and dislodges from the reef, and looking behind you can see parts of it that are broken and falling in, and you can see pieces of wood that have been dragged off and kind of splintered. The crew rushes down inside and making an investigation check, pretty high. They do not see any damage to the hull that's taking on water, but that was not a happy thing. You don't know how many more of those type of hits you'll take before the ship begins to take on water, and they can't do repairs to the hull unless it's in a port of some kind.
There's not a hit point counter on the wheel that's ticking
I'm
off.
gonna stay down where it was and cast mending as much as possible. And
You have no visual perspective on it. All the damage is
At
below
all.
the surface of the water,
Oh yeah, at all. I'm just gonna keep my hands on the.
just in case. Okay.
Yeah.
Just keeping low. All right. So that's the second one.
Yep.
So you're marking each of these that you pass by?
1 and 2, we're on the third.
You're on the third. Yep.
Come on.
Go ahead and try again now.
No whammies.
Natural 20.
Okay. The channel you've made your way through in the reef is getting narrower, and now the reef, you can see elements of the reef are beginning to vanish into just jutting pieces of stone. It looks almost like, in a weird way from a distance, like a series of gravestones. Make it kind of familiar to you as you pass by, as bits of rock are just breaking the surface, some at odd angles, and you can see like there were semblances of stone spires that just kind of naturally jut from underneath the water that the reef has kind of built on over time. The channel gets thinner here, but thankfully, after that last hit, you kind of dig deep in yourself and be like, no, I've seen ships go through this. I'm getting the feel for this whole captain thing, and between you and Orly communicating, you managed to just make it through the channel. At a point, all of you kind of hold your breath as you see elements of the reef that it should be wide enough to put maybe a ship slightly larger than the one you have in, but with even just a small, narrow margin of a failure here, you would have ground against the side of one or the other side. You cut straight through perfectly, balancing both sides, coming past the third marker beneath the surface, this one kind of breaking through about a foot past the water. As you spin around, you guys begin to just barely see the shadowed landmass of an island beginning to appear as your destination. As you come to the final portion of the reef's channel, go ahead and make your final check.
Come on, Tusktooth.
13.
13. As you come through the last portion of this, it's a very, very tight location, and as you and Orly look back and forth, you may have been a little off in the portion of the reef you thought you were supposed to take through this broken channel, and as you do, you seems fine, and you're looking at the front of the ship. A bunch of people gather to the bow and kind of look over both port and starboard side and go, I think we'll be all right. Oh, no. Grinds just over a portion of the reef. The ship jolts. You don't take It wasn't a hard hit. You're just grinding over the top of it. And you're breaking a lot of the reef right there in the process of doing so. You don't take as much damage as the last hit, but you do take some damage. That's a bad roll. You take 9 more hull damage. With that, Jester, water begins to pour in from the side. This is less of just mending a small object. This is structural hull damage.
Galen, come on, Carpenter!
Galen, wake up!
Because it's a single break or tear object you touch. Mending is not going to help you with this.
No.
Galen, anybody else wants to come help? The hull is now taking on water.
Yeah, I want to help, like, block it.
Okay, what are you doing to help block it?
I'm going to...
It's essentially like a 1.5 foot long break, and the wood is kind of torn away, and it's kind of broken apart, and you can see there's a gap where the water is now pouring in.
Is there any, like, furniture I can rip apart and, like, we can nail to it real fast, like...
Make a perception check real fast as you glance around the chamber.
That dropped out of my hand. That shouldn't count. Aw, it was so much better when it didn't drop. When it 9.
Oh, rough.
Looking around, and there's some of the barrels, and there's in the various quarters of the interior of the ship. There are some cots and there's some sacks and whatever supplies people brought with them. Nothing comes to mind. Looking around, you're kind of panicking. Other bits of the crew are starting to come down. They're starting to get a bucket chain to try and just get water out of there, as they have no idea at the moment. Galen gets his tools, starts looking around for whatever scrap materials they had purchased. You're now an inch of water in the bottom of the ship. Anyone else doing anything to help here?
Bust some barrels! Come on, Captain, tell us what to do!
I have no idea.
Abandoned ship!
Can I use one of the barrels and start scooping the water into the barrel and lift the barrel up and out and try to carry it?
Okay, so
Me and Yasha help with the barrel
you guys are slowing. You're slowing the water coming on board.
Caleb, you're a wizard! You're a wizard! Freeze the water! Freeze the water!
I am not able to do that.
Can we take the barrel that I was holding the water in and stick it over the hole and then, like, hold it?
You can certainly try.
Yeah.
I miss my druid.
Yeah. So, as you go over, Yasha goes and grabs the other side of the barrel, and both of you kind of try and force and hold it there.
I start working on Leoman's tiny hut.
No, you need fiberglass.
Okay.
No!
It's going to take some time.
All right. How much time?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
11 minutes, yeah.
Okay, well, I need you to go ahead and make a strength check with Yasha's help with advantage.
God damn it, really? 12.
12. You hold the barrel over and it seals. And so you're kind of holding it there, but it's spraying around the edges. The barrel immediately fills, and you're now kind of like trying to cork the hole with this barrel, and it's just kind of all around you, and you're holding it in.
Go swim down on the outside and plug it from the outside. Go!
How?
With what?
Bring something!
What?
How?
Some pieces of wood!
Do we have a mattress or something like that? Do we have anything like?
There are less mattresses in this
What do we
area
got?
in the ship. There is cots. There is actually a mattress in the captain's quarters. It's the one mattress.
Sure, I'll drag that out and jump over the side and try and push up against the hole.
It's fabric!
I'm gonna.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Sure.
join you and tie ourselves off, and I'm gonna also I'm gonna cast Water Walk if you're into it on.
Thrilled. We can still go underwater though, right?
Yeah, but you can walk on the surface if you choose to.
So yeah, I'm gonna give you Water Walk for the moment because you're probably stronger than I am. I should probably not do this.
I'll go up there and hold that safety line you were
Yeah.
talking about.
So you've got Water Walk.
Okay.
So I throw the mattress in, I jump in after it, and I try and go under.
You can essentially you can stand on the surface and then kind of below, kind of put.
There's a suction.
Yeah. So you get below and you get the mattress. What do you do?
I press it against the outside of the ship.
Okay.
And hope the current.
Make a perception check.
Yeah.
Because it's under the water and you're not entirely certain where There's a large scrape section where just a lot of the reef kind of pulled across the hull.
Can I assist with
20.
that from the? Oh, no.
20, yeah. Glancing down as you're about to go help,
Yeah.
you look and you can see of all the damage that's taken in the superficial, there was one section where it looks like a heavy groove was carved out from that last impact, and there you can see just this faint shift of the water kind of pouring through that gap. You take and hold down the mattress and it pulls against it. It's there in place. The section's kind of holding it. You're not sure how long it'll hold there without anything holding it in place.
I'm gonna run down below and just, all right, fix it now. Gotta get it up. And we're there, start pulling up, try and pull up the barrels.
Okay, Galen at this point has his tools and starts handing out nails left and right.
Yeah.
And he brought an additional set of tools. So
I'm also
two of
gonna
you can
cast
go ahead and
light in there to
strap
make
repairs.
it super, super light.
Okay, so you're brightening that. Galen's over there. He's hammering in the nails. They're taking
help,
pieces
I'll
of.
help.
So 2 barrels down, pulled apart to get materials to go ahead and try and patch this.
So part of the water bucket brigade.
Are you holding your breath under it?
And correction for me,
He's
not
really
11
good
minutes.
at it.
Yeah, I can only
20
fix it.
minutes.
Okay,
20 minutes.
All right.
Still doing it.
Okay.
I'm on the top of the crow's nest. Is that what it's called?
Crow's nest is the very,
as
very
far
top.
away from the water as possible.
Okay. Looking good.
Yeah.
All right, great. You're there. You're having to because the ship is still moving. You're having to hold it in place while walking on the side. It seems to be holding itself okay for the time being, just from the pressure of the water, but it's starting to slide off as it goes. It's one of those. It's a weird scenario where now that it's blocking the section, there's no necessary suction. There's just the pressure of the water. But as it moves, it is kind of
sliding along
with it a little.
Take the sword and shove it out.
All right. So, Jester, you're helping out with the repairs. Go ahead and just make a general D20 check.
2.
Oh. Nope, I lost that D20. I'll pick that up later. Natural 20.
Oh, thank God.
On Galen's turn. If you needed that anytime, it's fucking now.
Oh, Galen.
All right, so Galen sees you mucking up. He's like, let me do it. Hold on. Here's how you place it over. Fuck it. Shit. He does it himself. And he goes to town and earns his keep since he arrived here. And one by one begins taking the best parts of the barrel that Yasha helped him break, begins holding it over this place. Hold this here! And he starts nailing it down. Eventually, over the next 20 or so minutes it takes for him to cast this spell, he patches it in a way where it's like, this will hold for a little bit. But, we're gonna have, I go Scottish there for a second. All right, so this will hold for a little bit. I don't know how long. We'll have to figure out some way to fix this or get it to shore or something.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
I say from outside the boat.
Yeah. As you're kind of walking alongside the boat, it's going to pick up speed a little bit here. You're going to have to either let this mattress go or find a way to keep it in place. What are you going to do?
I'll let it go.
Okay, the mattress slides away, and you see water kind of. It's a slow leak. It is still taking on water, but slowly.
Okay.
It's a patch job. When Caleb returns, he can tell us what the fuck he was planning with the spell.
I'll tug on
He
the
can do
line and get myself pulled back up into that boat, and we can form
We're
that.
taking on water?
Yeah.
Oh God, we have to. Anything non-essential, just throw overboard.
No.
We gotta get the crow's nest out of the boat.
Everything overboard. Everything. The sails. Everything.
Yep.
The crew now rapidly getting the water out of the bottom of the cargo hold. They're throwing it aboard. You gather with the slow leak, they'll in the next couple hours or so be able to kind of minimize the amount of water that's below there.
Okay.
Does it look like there's like a little island nearby?
Yes, we've done the final turn, so we could try and push towards the island, but we're gonna have to beach it.
You guys are now turning towards the island, and it's an open bay. Now you've passed the reef, and you're heading towards the island of Urukezel.
Is there anything that looks like a dock or anywhere where it looks like it's appropriate? Yeah, I am. That's not right. 26.
26. No dock. But you do see another ship.
What's your spell do?
What'd you spell? What was
Tiny
your spell
hut.
doing?
I'm making the tiny hut, but I don't know how much time has passed while I was peeing in the
20
rain.
minutes as they've managed to try and makeshift plug the hole. It's a slow leak still, but they've managed to hold it off.
10-foot radius immobile dome of force springs into existence around and above you and remains stationary for the duration. Environment or weather can't get in, so it's up to you if the ocean can get in or not.
I would say, you know what? That's clever. I will say, if you choose to not let the ocean in, it will not.
Yay!
And it is totally transparent, and all of us can look through it and see into the ocean.
Glass bottom boat?
Glass bottom boat.
There you go.
Clever.
How long will it take?
8 hours.
Nice. Long enough for us to patch it up.
And I can certainly, in 20 minutes in advance, get it going again. So, as long as I can focus, indefinite.
We've approached the island. We have another boat.
We see another play this.
What?
It's another boat. Are we making ourselves known? Are we not making ourselves known?
Off to the side. Park it away from the other.
But I think it's daytime, right?
It is, yeah.
If we can see them, they can see us.
How far away is the other boat?
I'd say it's...
Is it possible they haven't seen us yet?
They're about maybe... I'd say breaking past the reef. They're a few miles away.
So, like, would it be reasonable to think they've seen us by this point?
It's possible. If you can see them with your naked eye,
yeah,
there's a chance they've seen you, but you don't know. You have no way to confirm that.
And does it look like they're coming or going from that island?
You've just noticed them. You don't see any motion yet. You'd have to probably try and gauge it over a period of time.
I would try and increase our speed towards the island in the direction away from them, and just aim to get on the island if we can.
All right.
All right. So you are covering that, giving that information to Orly. He's like,
all right, I'll go ahead and keep to that way there.
And leads you to that direction. You begin to move the ship that way, keeping watch as you're shifting around. Are you going south or north side? So you're heading south towards the island as you went through the reefs, so now you're hitting it from like you're on the northwestern side of the island.
Mm-hmm. So it just depends on where the ship was. If it was directly ahead of us or if it was towards the north or the south, we'd obviously go the opposite way.
Okay, it was a little bit north of where you were headed.
To the southern tip.
Okay. You're cruising and just keeping an eye closely. You watch as the ship was stationary begins to move in the direction you're traveling to head you off.
We're gonna ground this ship. We're going straight into the beach, and we're gonna run our asses into the fucking jungle.
How will we get back?
I don't know. We're not there yet.
You are a terrible captain.
I throw Nott overboard. Full sail.
All right.
I thought just didn't grab and bring it back. No, I'm just kidding.
You know that video of the monkeys throwing the raccoon?
Oh, yeah.
That's what I imagine.
Okay, so in pushing the ship ahead as fast as you can with the hull plugged towards the south side of the island in the attempt to beach it, you continue. As you're moving closer, the ship is kind of moving to head you off at the pass.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, you start getting a closer look of it, and it's a bigger ship than the one you have now. It's dual mast.
Yep. Does it have some trapdoors or doors on the side of the?
Well, make a perception check.
Yeah. 16.
16. You look and you don't see any, and then you do because one of them opens. You watch as one of the gun ports.
I'm going to raise the flag.
What flag?
Why not?
What flag do we have?
White flag.
We got the
blue
gray wave.
Oh, the gray flag. Yeah.
All right, so you're gonna get situated. As you're doing that, you hear
Shit.
sploosh, but a ways away.
It's a warning shot.
It is a warning shot.
Raise the flag! Raise the flag!
I rose. It's been risen. It is risen.
I use Mask of Many Faces to make myself look like Captain Jawgrass. And you lower the flag and
This is flag. I don't know. Jesus Christ.
It's tough being the smart one, ain't it?
Yeah. No more grog. Grog's gone.
Be bold.
Yeah, fuck it. We're gonna beach the ship. We're just driving towards the island.
You're gonna keep going?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
How far are we? That's a good question.
Oh, you're probably, at this point, about a mile and a half, 2 miles.
No, never mind. That's very far. We'll slow down the ship.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a distance from the island. And you noticed it, and as you begin to move, yeah, no, it's quite a ways.
Okay, yeah. We'll lower the flag, slow the ship.
Okay. You slow the ship. Do you come to a stop?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The ship, you bring it slowly down. Drop anchor?
Caleb,
No?
I want to talk about mutiny.
As you're watching off to the side, you can see all the gun ports are open now, but you see what looks to be 2 smaller boats that are now coming towards you from the other ship. And you can see what looks to be 2 separate small crews that are rowing in the direction of you.
Cool. Let's lower the rope ladder over the side and welcome them aboard.
You could technically stand and offer, I might add, since you can actually stand on water.
I can what?
You can stand on water right now.
I don't know if he did that, so let's not.
Yeah.
The other ship has maneuvered up to the point where it is now. Its full starboard side is facing towards you. Full gun ports open. You're in a bad position.
Yeah.
Is there anything on their sails? Any flags?
Make perception check.
Iconography?
How close are they now?
Perception checks have been garbage. 6.
There is one sail that is currently partially unfurled, but it's from this distance. It looks like it's facing away from you, from the direction you're, so you can't make out any details on it. But there is some sort of stitching in it.
We do have his flag up though. We did put.
You do have the ship's flag of the mist that you had. So as these 2 rowboats make their way steadily towards your ship, the moment of possible parley approaching, we're going to end the episode there.
Yes.
We'll pick up there for our live show in New York next week.
Boats. Boats in New York.
Boats in New York.
Yeah.
At like our first Gen Con live show?
No, you guys are in the Feywild.
Feywild.
You fought a Feymire crocodile there.
Lost the southern tip.
Just a tip.
Oh boy, does that mean we all need to wear sailing clothing to our show in New York?
I'll be pirates.
You should, Sam.
Oh man.
That's actually a good thing. We were trying to figure out what to wear.
We've been having that discussion about what
Just
to wear.
like the cast of South Pacific.
Yes! Ooh, could we all get like sailors' costumes with bell bottoms?
And can the ladies be pirates?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. It can't be hard to. I mean, like.
Fleet Week.
Careful, guys. You're making promises on the internet live right now.
Right now. Got something to
We'll
work
figure
on.
something out. We'll figure
Call a
something
rental
out.
house.
I was gonna say we could get a bunch of like blue bell bottoms and some like Japanese
Oh my
school tops
God.
and just fake it.
I mean, I know you can like 2-day ship any type of like
Costume on Amazon.
Yeah, especially ones that are look kind of like, you know, for sex role play. You can get tons of those.
I don't know what video very
You heard
specifically.
it.
that-
You
yeah,
heard
no.
it here. Next week in New York, live on stage.
Live sex. Live sailor sex.
It's the pilot. Pilot.
What the internet has demanded.
I know exactly what you're talking
Your
about.
shipping dreams and your shipping dreams are coming true.
All right. On that note, guys.
Thank you, Backblaze.
Thank you, Backblaze. Thank you, D&D Beyond. Thank you guys for coming along with us for a crazy nautical adventure this week. We love you, and in tougher times, we love you a lot. Have a wonderful week. We'll see you next Thursday. And is it Thursday yet?